Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the Tech Conference Europe series. We're kicking off the day with the presentation and all the materials coming over from Felix. Good morning, Felix. Are you online?
Yes. Good morning, Alex. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here for the second day of Tech Conference Europe. I'm really grateful for you having me here.
So, tell us a little bit about your presentation. Who is Professor Hofstadter, I think, and what is his role in the AI industry?
Yeah, that's a good point. So we're talking about Douglas Hofstadter, who was actually one of the pioneers of artificial intelligence back in its first days. But I'm using here Professor Hofstadter more like a metaphor, right? A metaphor for incredibly intelligent, tech-savvy people such as Elon Musk and the late Stephen Hawking, for example, who have this discourse on the dangers of AI, on the singularity, the eventual point in the future where AI intelligence will surpass natural human intelligence, and what the dangers of that will be, how we should regulate it, and so on. So it's a metaphor. He's actually a metaphor for all of this entire discourse around the dangers of AI that I want to address today very briefly.
Nice. Thank you. So, I'm gonna let you start, and for everyone either here on Zoom or all the people watching us on YouTube, just go ahead, pop up any questions you have, and we'll make sure to redirect them towards Felix. So enjoy.
I will gladly at least try to answer them. Right. Thank you, Alex. Let me begin by sharing my screen first. And as always, as it happens with virtual presentations, I will ask you to confirm that you can see what I'm sharing.
Yep, everything's good.
Everything's good. All right. Thank you. So you've already asked about who Professor Hofstadter is, and I've done a little bit of the intro part in explaining what I mean by this metaphor for a discourse that is terrified of AI, and I want to go through some points today in addressing these concerns and these issues. And I always like to start things off with a conclusion, because just in case somebody doesn't have time to go through the details, or is not particularly interested in this, they're looking for a particular view or a particular answer. I like to keep that up front. So there are many experts in the AI field who consider that the whole discourse on the singularity and on AI surpassing humans is nothing that we should be afraid of. And I agree with those experts, and hopefully I may try to not really persuade you today, but make it consider some of these aspects maybe in a different light. So to kick off, I have started here with two quotes. The first one is actually Professor Melanie Mitchell, who's paraphrasing Douglas Hofstadter in the introduction to her book called Artificial Intelligence: A Guide for Thinking Humans, and she's actually explaining what Professor Hofstadter is afraid of specifically, and that is that AI might show us that the human qualities we most value are disappointingly simple to mechanize. A more let's say, simple version of this entire concern, I have actually read yesterday in John Green's The Anthropocene Reviewed. There's a line there that says technology learns to do more of what we do better than we can do it. And I'm sure almost all of us have heard different variations of this second quote pretty much everywhere these days, especially for folks who are into tech like we are. So I think we can begin the discussion by looking at some examples that will hopefully give more insight into how the human mind works. And I've jotted down on the presentation here just a couple of quick points that I want to go through. And you'll see the first one is Halicin, and it comes from Hal, the AI villain in 2001: A Space Odyssey. And it's a new chemical compound, and it can be used to destroy antibiotic-resistant bacteria. And it was actually created by AI. So this was celebrated as a huge achievement. But I want to draw the attention to the fact that it was a human. Fun fact: it was Moldavian-born Dr. Regina Barzeli, who was able to frame the entire problem, that is the entire problem of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, in a different way, and then apply a neural network to her hypothesis. So what I'm trying to say is that an AI system, to the extent that we have AI systems today, is an idiot savant. So it can do a single task very well, given very, very specific circumstances. But for example, it will continue to play chess even if the building is on fire. By contrast, humans think using very complex mental models. You have manipulation of symbols, you have abstractions, you have framing counterfactuals, and this last one is quite important, and I'll come back to that. But basically, the human mind is the only thing capable of envisioning something that isn't there. So that's what we mean by framing counterfactuals, things that aren't there. And even more, our cognitive abilities are capable of reframing problems and applying different strategies, which ML algorithms are incapable of doing. So once you have an ML, a machine learning algorithm, it's learning a sort of strategy based on your data set, and it will never be able to not apply the strategy that it has learned, no matter what input you give it, right? So this is huge distinctions between what we can do with ML algorithms and what the human mind is capable of. I mentioned that that the human mind works with symbols. And this is really important because they're not symbols in the, let's say, mathematical sense, or not just symbols in the mathematical sense, right? So the human mind will actually assign meaning to these symbols using incredibly complex semantics based on the real world, and also based on the intersubjective experience of communities of people. So for example, you can take a word, you can take any word. So if you take the word tree, this is a symbol that can be codified, right? So we can come up with I don't know, with a programming language or with a set of rules, and we can say, you know, that we can write it in binary or whatnot. But you and I both know that the word tree has a reference to objects that exist out there in the real world, right? So, so that's really important, because when computers manipulate symbols, they simply refer to operations, and that's it. So you add things up, you subtract things, you move them from here to there. It's just operation. There is no meaning whereas human mind embeds these symbols that it works with meaning. This is very, very important. And then we also have this discussion that I noted here, thinking brain versus feeling brain. This phrasing is not mine. It comes from a book entitled The Simple Art of Not Giving a Fuck, I think it's called. And it talks about this difference between the thinking brain and the feeling brain. So what I want to mention here is that above all of these things that we have previously mentioned, manipulation of symbols, meaning, all sorts of abstractions and framing counterfactuals, above them, there is an added layer of emotional living, making us all aware that not everything can be reduced to logical formulas. So a note should be made here that while much of the cognitive science literature also focuses on this, on the difference, thinking brain, feeling brain, I mean, there are thinkers, the most popular of whom are, I believe, Steven Pinker and Yuval Harari and Sam Harris, who believe strictly in the computational theory of the mind, and that all of intelligence can be reduced to some sort of information processing. However, the consensus within the psychology literature is that intelligence is multidimensional and emotional intelligence is highly important. And there's a lot of things that we mean when we say emotional intelligence, but I think that, for the purpose of this short presentation, we can just refer to them as things that, as I mentioned, cannot be reduced to logical formulas. So this is a whole new layer or an entirely new dimension of the human mind that personally I believe we have not even a chance of translating into machine code. I think we can also look at some AI threads and some achievements and put them in a larger perspective and see, try to get a better idea of what's happening behind them, right? Because AI has a lot of undeniable achievements, and we use AI currently in its current state to do a lot of awesome things, but we must be careful how we frame their achievements, how we interpret these results, and also consider what's happening behind the scenes. So let me give you a few examples of what I mean by this. So, for example, for many questions, algorithms can give much better answers than humans, right? They can consult a vast amount of data, they can look at historical data, they can do all sorts of, complex computation, come up with amazing answers, much better than you and I would be able to give. But we must consider that by using their imagination and creativity, humans can pose never before asked questions. So the difference is huge. Appreciating and applying the lessons learned by AI is something only we can do. There's an incredible difference between giving amazing answers and asking different questions. It's maybe what some authors would consider a paradigm shift, right? So it's entirely different thing. And I do believe that current state AI is incredible, mostly thanks to advances in processing power, right? Our processors have become more and more powerful. And that makes AI incredible when it comes to pattern recognition in very large amounts of data that we couldn't even hope to go through them ourselves, so quote unquote manually. Humans use pattern recognition too, and we use it to generalize from the specific. But algorithms do it in an entirely inefficient way, which might sound counterintuitive. Because you always hear people talk about how efficient some algorithms are and how fast, I don't know, AI is, or how fast certain systems are. But when it comes to recognizing patterns in data, they don't learn it, let's say, or they don't do it in an efficient way. So consider this example. You don't show a child 1,000 pictures of cats until it can reliably identify the animal, right? You only tell it what a cat is once, and that's it. From that point on, it will almost never not get or misidentify what a cat is. So uh, um, the way that AI does it with our current algorithms is completely inefficient, because it has to look at hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of examples of the same thing until it can reliably work with the thing. And speaking of tens of thousands of examples, what happens when we have scarce data on a particular problem? So, for example, when we're modeling rare events, that's, you know, not entirely clear. It's not entirely clear what the best way to approach that would be, right? Because we don't have enough data for it to be able to feed the algorithms properly. So that's what I wanted to talk about in regards to pattern recognition. And then I also noted here communication and complex technology. So what I mean by this is that our technology has become much too complex for it to have been the product of the few geniuses mentioned in science books. So that's not entirely how it works. We understand now, obviously with the advantage of hindsight, that it was created by the aggregation of generations of people who were able to communicate, even or especially after their own deaths. While most of AI systems today work in isolation, so they're not able to share their specific knowledge, so to say. And of course, we have this amazing capability using recorded history to receive information and knowledge from people who are no longer with us, so we can compound, right? There's this compounding effect of human knowledge across history. Which has led to amazing achievements and amazing results. So okay, but and then some people might ask, what happens if eventually we make AI algorithms that in themselves would be good enough to come up with a slightly better AI algorithm, and so on and so forth, will kickstart a cycle of self-replicating AI, and it will be able to make itself better and better and better and better until, I don't know, it reaches the point of surpassing the human mind or human intelligence, however you want to frame it. Will AI be able to create better and better algorithms by itself? That's the question. With the current state of affairs, and by current state of affairs, I mean the current, I don't mean processing power, but I mean the nature of the algorithms themselves. My 2 cents on the matter is no, we won't have AI that's able to create better and better AI to the point that it will surpass us, at least, because we can take the example of a system of deep reinforcement learning. It's perfect for this case. So we are mesmerized, we're blown away by how better algorithms can get at chess, at Go, at Dota 2, I don't know, retro Atari games, whatever else there having them play. And this is done with something called deep reinforcement learning. However, in this paradigm of reinforcement learning, which is how these types of gameplay in AI are trained, what constitutes a reward, because reinforcements means you do well, you achieve your goal, you get a reward, and the idea behind the system is that it wants to maximize that reward. Everything is of course encoded in complex mathematical formulas, and you have this it's called the reward function, and you're trying to maximize the output of this function, right? But what constitutes a reward is defined explicitly by humans. That's the key element here. That's the key point. It's not learned by the system itself. So you have these situations of sort of human ex machina, right? The human behind the machine. And this is also something I think incredible to keep in mind. Right. So what about AI composed music? Because this touches the sensitive, aesthetic-oriented, artsy side of our, let's say, human soul, right? And we have music composed by AI that can no longer be distinguished from that of major composers. So a lot of experiments have been done with this. You would play, including academics, right, including professors. You'd play them a piece by Chopin or by Bach, and then you play them a piece by that was composed by AI, and they're not able to say which is which. They're not able to identify what the machine composed. So this is true. We have music composed by AI that's great. It's so great. It's so great that you can't. Unlike with chatbots, for example, when you're conversing with a chatbot, you can always say, oh, okay, this is a chatbot, because it takes maybe 2 sentences to realize that it's quite dumb. But it's not the same with music, right? So how does it happen? It happens because the algorithms calculate the music. So I want to emphasize the term calculate, because that's not entirely what humans do. Humans imagine music. The algorithms calculate music, and they are trained on the structure of melodic lines and rich harmonies of human composers. And then they randomly remove notes and like try to guess based on a statistical distribution. So of course you have some mathematical models that try to use statistics and probabilities to find the best next fit. But they are trained on these melodic lines and harmonies. So they're not able to even do this brute forcing trial and error out of nothing, let alone imagine it, by themselves. So there's quite an interesting quote by Geoffrey Jefferson that I want to read to you about this specific problem and why he doesn't consider that AI can truly compose music. And he says, and this is a direct quote, "Not until a machine that can write a sonnet or compose a concerto because of thoughts and emotions felt, and not by chance fall of symbols. So not until then could we agree that machine equals brain. That is, not only write it, but know that it had written it. No mechanism could feel pleasure at its success, grief when its valves fuse, be warned by flattery, be made miserable by mistakes, be charmed by sex, be angry or depressed when it cannot get what it wants." So this problem is quite a little bit complicated, but there's what he's essentially trying to say is that there's a difference between using mathematical distributions to rearrange nodes from what you've already seen and imagining and feeling music from the ground up, from zero, basically, right? And there are also some other aspects to consider. I won't go through them in detail because I think they're way beyond the scope of this short presentation, and they are topics that can be presentations or books in themselves. But I just wanted to list them out here so that we kind of like have them at the back of our minds and know to discuss about them. One of them is obviously consciousness, and we might think that we intuitively understand it, but the reality is that so far there is no coherent, unified theory of consciousness in cognitive sciences. So it's anybody's guess, more or less. It's very open to interpretation and up for debate. What makes us conscious and how AI can achieve consciousness are problems that are so horribly far away that there is, at least so far, no reason to even believe that we could achieve artificial consciousness in the first place, right? There's nothing pointing to that at this point, at least, and that's partly because, as I mentioned, we currently don't have a unified, coherent theory of consciousness that is widely accepted by the scientific community. Like we have the Big Bang theory, for example, right? So there is no cosmological dogma equivalent for consciousness. Then you have willpower. Philosophers have been, speaking about this for at least 1500 years, right? And willpower is important because people always imagine dangerous AI depicted like in the Terminator. You have these Skynet-like systems that they are somehow self-determined, so they have the will to achieve certain goals, and then they realize eventually that humanity is in the way of achieving those goals, and it naturally tries to remove the humanity out of the equation. But there's a huge difference between being able to do something and willing to do something of your own. And this is, in my point of view, a gap that technology will never transcend. So just like with consciousness, there's no reason to believe that we can code out sufficiently robust self-determination or willpower into our software, into our technology. And also, experts have no insight into general artificial intelligence. So I mentioned before that an AI system is an idiot savant, and this is partly what I meant. We apply algorithms to very, very specific data sets. They learn something about those data sets, or they learn to play a specific type of game, and that's pretty much it. We use those systems with future data that's very much like the data set that we train them on. However, general artificial intelligence would be let's say, the type of AI that plays chess, but if the building is on fire, will try to, I don't know, save itself or leave the building somehow. So the academic strides towards general artificial intelligence haven't even been realistically considered yet. So I am very skeptic personally about this. I don't think we will ever achieve general artificial intelligence. But even if we do achieve something that's sufficiently close to GAI, that's going to be an incredibly long time from now. So let me wrap this up. With with a quote from a rising, sort of rising star in AI. His name is Francois Cholet. And he says that humans have an ability to adapt to novel, never before experienced situations using little data or even no new data at all. And that is the defining characteristic of human cognition. So there's this difference between brute force training and the ability to generalize by working with concepts. And this difference leads us into the final point for this morning's talk, which is what in philosophy is termed as a difference of degree versus a difference of nature. So no matter how fast AI will be able to manipulate symbols in the future, for example, it won't have the capability to embed them with meaning like we do. So no matter how much better AI gets, it will never be through human-like cognition. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Felix. I do have a couple of points here. One of them being a question from Volker. I mean, it's not a question, it's something that I would really like you to comment on. He says here that patterns are lacking on the quality and history of data, like the Amazon example, hiring more men, shows self-learning and showing up such context and coincidence is the key. So I think what he tries to state here is the fact that we, as big companies like Amazon that work in the AI field, are still hiring more men. Somehow is proof that the patterns that AI are using are faulted, and the human intervention is still needed.
Yeah, I think that's what his example points to. He's perfectly right, because the data set that we're training on is historically aggregated. So it's past data, right? What he mentioned. You have this past data, and that past data in the I think he's talking about Amazon's AI that was screening resumes and trying to automate some HR tasks. In that particular case, historically, there have been more men hired than women, probably in warehouses or stuff like that, historically. So because there's more data on men than there is on women, when the AI system looks at the entire data set, it says, okay, this feature, sex, is very important. And because there's more of it, this is there's more of sorry, not more of the feature, there's more of men, so a specific value for that feature, then I should try to have a preference for men, because it's trying to align itself with the previous data. That's what it does. It's modeling the data. It's modeling the data that you're giving to it to try to predict future cases for that kind of data set. But the thing is that, as you said, we might want to have human intervention here, because societies change and attitudes change and our ideas change, and at some point we realize, hey, wait a minute, this is discrimination. We don't want to engage in that, even though in the past we have. But this is the problem of induction, right? This is the classic mathematical problem of induction. You assume that just because you've seen things a certain way in the past, you will always see them the same in the future, and that's a problem, right? That's what's called a problem.
Sorry to interrupt you, but as you said in your presentation, considering that AI basically executes a specific task given a certain amount of parameters, let's stick to the Amazon HR AI. Wouldn't be an easy fix to tell the AI to just ignore the specific value uh, for the sex of the people. So in this way, basically, you bypass the fault in the data.
Yes, there's the answer to your question is yes. It's an easy fix in this case. There's an entire field called feature engineering, and this is something that engineers and data scientists learn to do early on. In that they take a look at the data themselves and manually prepare it, and they can say, okay, I don't want sex to be taken into consideration, so they drop it out. Or they can do something like, I'm going to prepare a special data set that has 50% men, 50% women. So this is an easy fix. It's something that we do in any AI systems in production. We don't just give it the raw data. That's a very bad practice. You prepare the data, right? So you prepare the data. However, there may be cases, and this is where the tricky part is going to come in. There may be cases where one of two things can happen, or both can happen simultaneously. And those two things are, there's too much data and you don't understand it. That's A. And B, the model that you use is a deep learning model, because this is very fancy nowadays. So it's optimizing an extremely complex mathematical function that has hundreds of millions of parameters. So hundreds of millions of parameters in a black box model, and you have no idea how it works. So you have you no longer have the possibility of figuring out why it gave you the outputs that it gave you. It's a black box model at that point. So that's going to become very tough. In this case, it was simple, right? We knew, hey, a lot of men have been hired in the past, so now it's biased towards men. Let's fix that, prepare the data set. It won't always be that simple.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, thank you, Felix, for your insight on this. It's been quite an interesting presentation. Right now, we have to move on to our next panel, the executive outlook for 2021. However, we do have to mention that this, due to some technical difficulties, the guys will be streaming from from an outside source. So I am checking to see if we are ready for them, and the answer is yes. Hi guys, welcome, enjoy, and let's kick this.
Wow, what a superstar panel. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. Very good. Okay, Kate. So excellent. So first of all, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Zoltan. Thank you, everybody who is watching us now live here on the Tech Conference Europe. And the funny stuff is, you know, I knew Zoltan, I think 5 or 6 years ago when he was doing gaming events, boutique gaming events. 5 or 6 years afterwards, is probably one of the best boutique events organizers. He's now spread his wings also onto fintech and technology. He has a marketing event, the Picante Summit. And I think that when I see his progress and the way that he's working with his speakers, his sponsors, and also the value that he gives his delegates, I'm really happy. So first of all, thank you. Thank you, Zoltan and your team, for inviting us to be the keynote and the opening panel for the second day of this event. And I really hope that you enjoyed the day yesterday as far as we enjoyed. So look, as I said, and I promised, This is a superstar panel. Many of the people are not at the same time in the same stage, and I will try to introduce them one by one, and then I'll have the pleasure to introduce the hosts. Let's start with our newest addition to a panel that first time speaking with me on a panel, even though many of our clients already know her as their coach. This is Gali Bloch-Liran. She comes from Tel Aviv. She works as a television as a IDC lecturer and very well known in the scene, speaking in lots of events, and a cool person in general. Thank you, Gali, for joining us in this panel.
Thank you for hosting me.
Thank you. Next, Moti Pir, who is the go-to name in everything which is related to connections with news outlets of tech companies. I think that he has like a dominance maybe in the Israeli market that focuses on abroad, companies going abroad. Lots of publicly listed company is dealing with Moti directly and with his team. He has a large team. I think over 20 employees only working with you directly, Moti. Of course, he's the CEO of Reblond. Reblond is the company that Moti is the founder, co-founder, together with Arnona Stein, his partner. And I think that Moti, all I can say that our clients working with you are very, very happy and will vouch for your service. So thank you, Moti.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Jens Podewski, the German guy with a Polish surname. And what I really like about Jens, and Israeli, I can say it, they are working from Malta with German standards. I'm saying it like this, maybe it's politically incorrect, but, as a Jewish guy, half German and half Iraqi, I can tell it. And really, our clients, this is why this panel only have people that I can trust and I can vouch for their services. And the people who's working with Phoenix P knows that even though the only, in our circles, there are not a lot of time in our circles, but people are working with them know that they don't know how to deal with crypto correctly and also with issuing IBANs, European IBANs, and they're very, very close to the local industry. I'm really enjoying working with your team, with Jeffrey, with Daniela, with Roland and all the team. And again, thank you so much, Jens, for joining me to this panel.
Thank you, Tal, for the invitation.
Thank you. Last but not least, one of the best CEOs in the payments market, Marius Galdikas. Actually, beforehand, he was the CTO of the company, so it means he's also smart in both ways, also on the technology side, but also in the, let's say, management side, Marius Galdikas. I think that's something that's very, very, typical for all your company. All of them has beards, but then they told me everyone in the Baltics, that's their style. But also very nice. I really enjoy working with Marius and with Simas, with everybody, Thibaut, your head of compliance, nice, Wilte, of course, Vicky, nice people to work with, good services that you give, and very concentrated on giving the best service. And that's not a coincidence. And I think that only yesterday I read it in one of the leading publications that you won one of the best 3 banking startups or banking companies to watch out for. And I was very, very, very proud. I saw it yesterday and it was just amazing. And when you see something like this, you can only feel pride and to see like ConnectPay listed together with banks, even though you're an EMI, as like one of the best banks and the best fintechs in Lithuania. And let's not forget that the Baltics gave us unicorns like Skype and other companies as well. So thank you, Marius, for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Tal. Really happy to be here.
Thank you, my friend. And we have 2 of my hosts from my team to host this panel, to lead this panel. Emily Helmer joined my team this January. She heads our compliance and e-merchant services department, working with the best merchants of our firm, which is mainly gaming, dating, financial companies, and EdTech. And I'll be happy for you to take the lead. And of course, Mr. Jenny Gurevich, 5 years already with us. He heads our payments and banking services departments. They've been living also in Singapore. And thank you, Jenny and Emily. That's the introduction.
Thank you, Tal.
Short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you for those warm introductions. And I would just like to say a few more thank yous to you, Tal, and to all our very busy speakers that took time out of their days to be here with us. So thank you so much. And of course, again, to Zoltan and to Alex and to all of your teams for hosting such a great event. And we're very excited to be here. So let's get it started. Executive Outlook 2021. And I'll go for the first question. So how do you and your business bring extra value to your clients and business partners and differ yourself from the competition? So this is an open question to all the speakers. We would love to hear your input.
I'll start.
Go ahead.
So again, my name is Moti Pier, and I'm the CEO and founder of Lidman. Now, the first thing that you should know about us is the fact that the agency was founded 15 years ago, back in 2006. And that actually makes us a unique breed compared with some of the other agencies that are operating in our realm, specifically in crypto and blockchain, because many of the others actually emerged in the past 2-3 years when the total market cap of cryptocurrencies have risen above $20 or $30 billion. Now, I don't know if any of you did PR in the past, but if you did, I'm sure that you know that PR starts and ends with relationships. And we had a very, very long time to form and then nurture our relationships with the various media outlets and journalists. And now we're in a position where we can actually help our client leverage it in order to achieve their goals and KPIs. Now, we define ourselves as a global facing PR agency. And that means that despite the fact that we are located in beautiful, sunny Ramat Gan, all of our clients are actually looking to get publicized overseas and not necessarily in Israel. Now, as you know, Israel is described as a startup nation. And obviously, many of the companies that are looking to get publicized overseas are technology companies. And this is why our portfolio is 100% comprised of technology companies, from the biggest, such as Intel and Microsoft. We're doing Spotify's PR here in Israel, to mid-sized companies such as Perion and JFrog and ZoomInfo and Zebra Medical Vision and Viber, to the tiniest of startups, where the CEO is also the CTO, and just between you and I, is also the secretary, and we know how to serve them all, from the biggest to the smallest. And I think that this is our unique selling proposition, especially compared with the competition. I hope that this answers your question.
Amazing. That was very interesting. Thank you, Moti.
I'll continue, Moti, from a similar angle, because I'm also working with tech companies. So as Tal introduces in the beginning, I'm a startup and VC coach. I work with CEOs and the founders team in order to help them to grow their companies, go to market and strategy. But the most important pillar that I take care of is actually their mental resilience. And like Tal said, it's all about relationships. So I believe that I'm a big believer in people. And I think that the COVID just showed us how much do we miss the interpersonal connections and how to
the
be
warmth.
the warmth. Exactly, to be warm-hearted with other people. And startup companies, I'm sure some of the speakers can agree with me. One of the most important challenges that they are having is actually the inner relationships with the co-founders and with the investors, and later on with their clients. And it's a real thing to learn how to nurture those relationships and the communication aspect, and how to strengthen their inner resilience, because this is the basics of everything. And 70%, and the research shows that 70% of companies break because the relationship between the co-founders are not strong enough and don't work in the right way. So from this angle and the holistic approach that I bring from many years as a marketeer and a strategic executive, and as a lecturer in the IDC, which they have the most amazing faculty for entrepreneurship, and living in 3 continents during my life during relocations. So I think that this holistic approach really allows me to see what's deep inside the entrepreneurs, and help them take their strength and their competitive edge outside, and to see really how to grow their companies. I like to focus also on women executives and different kind of technologies that work with construction tech and prop tech and wellness, all those areas. And at the end, it's all about people. So I think this is also the message that we would like to convey here from different angles, whether it is PR and whether it is business.
Thank you.
Amazing answer. I could really relate and understand. So thank you, Gali.
Thank you.
And maybe I'll piggyback off the growth and equality topics that you just mentioned, right? So in terms of growth, we're a 3 years young company here at ConnectPay. We've been growing very rapidly, and our objective is still growth. We're in the stages of growth. We will continue to grow, our offering to our clients, and by providing a more diverse product offerings, as well as going broadly more geographically. And in terms of equality, definitely this is one of the things that we're very proud of in our company at ConnectPay, is that we have a natural balance of pretty much 50-50 in terms of gender equality. So we're really proud of that here at ConnectPay. What we do here at ConnectPay, right? What we're trying to build here is, I'm proud to say that we've been in the stages of building this up, but we're finally at the stage where I can say that we are a one-stop shop for online businesses. What I strongly believe is that online businesses really need 3 essential services. Number 1, accept payments. Number 2, land, settle, and reconcile those payments into bank accounts. And then number 3 is do payouts. And if you can do all of those things, holistically, systematically from a single point of view, everything integrated, everything visible and interconnected, I'm sure you can have a great experience. So this is our drive, this is our strive, is a one-stop shop for online businesses, full suite of products. That's why probably we are being categorized in the banking sector, because we don't do just payments or just bank accounts. And also, one of the key verticals that we're focused on and we know and understand how to work with is obviously online gaming. So online gaming is the business that we understand, that I think we do well. And these are our main differentiators and unique selling points when it comes to ConnectPay as opposed to competition.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Marius.
Jens?
Just to add, so I totally agree on what Gali said, because in my opinion, it's really about people. So Felix itself, the company was founded almost now seven years ago. And to answer the question, it is the best way, of course, to ask our clients and business partners what differs us from our competition. So because I'm not in a position really to say something about our competitors, but what differs us from maybe other participants in the market is, well, our deep experience, what we are having in the iGaming sector and in the banking sector, because the management has a deep experience in this. We are coming from the iGaming sector and from the banking sector. So we are in the industry for almost now 25 up to 30 years. So, and this, of course, is one of our advantages we bring to the market. And this means also that we are working on the operator side and PSP side with a range of companies from the so-called tier 1 operators up to startups. And then when it comes to products, what I really see is that we that is an advantage that we can offer a kind of marketplace, I would say, because it is a vast combination of services what we are offering. It is IBAN accounts, because we have just launched a product now 2 years ago, and because we have experience that it's not so easy to get a simple IBAN account for, let's say, a B2B startup, especially when it comes from the iGaming sector or the crypto industry. So this is why we have concentrated in this area as well. So we are offering also virtual IBANs and other products like debit cards, payment gateways to get access to alternative payment methods as well. So it's a huge bundle of different services we are offering. And again, yes, it is about people, because you have to listen really what the client wants and expect from you, and not just telling them you have to do this and that and just link it together. And no, just listen.
I can totally actually agree with what Jens say, even specific, you can mention without mentioning, but if you there are other EMIs in Malta itself. And you can even, I don't like to compare things, but if you compare even, you know, the time that I get to get an answer from another provider in Malta, I really have, I think, like in the terms of gaming licensing, Malta, you know, is again, it still has a really good, you know, reputation, and many of our clients have this MGA license, and that's a good thing. But in the terms of EMI, when we started, and some of my clients actually referred me to Phoenix P and told me, listen, these guys, they're actually 7 years already, but you never heard about them. And then we started working together, and then we actually saw that it made me rethink all what I previously thought about EMIs in Malta, because we all are only in Lithuania, you know, and you know, Marius know that EMIs and Lithuania goes, you know, together. And then you see, okay, so it's different. It's not even a competition. You have like EMIs in Lithuania and EMIs in Malta, and I really think that at the end of the day, Jens, I can tell you, you're actually, it's a pleasure to work with your team because of the people, and that's what actually that Gali said, and I'm really happy. Regarding your question, Emily, and my team, it's also because of my people. I think that people enjoy working with us. We're also very, very well diversified team. Marius is half and half. I think that with us, you know, and if we include also the companies that our affiliated companies with Office, I think we have more than 2/3 are women in my team. Many nationalities, you know, not all born in Israel. Emily came from United States. Some, you know, Yemenites. Some, I'm half. You know, Jenna came from Russia, Moldova, or somewhere. I don't know, somewhere in Russian speaking, not Moldova, Belarus. You know, and I think that at the end of the day, diversity and you know, and trying to do what the clients need all the time, 24 hours, it's what will make us continue to lead. And thank you.
Might I add, Tal, that I think that what also differs us is that we listen to the client, and you know, you listen to what the client wants, but what you really need is you know, defining what the client needs. And when you're talking about building a new startup, or you know, joining onto an existing venture, you really need to understand the needs of the specific project, and not only, you know, satisfy the client as to what he wants, but really deliver on what the client needs. And I think that's a really important point that we succeed at, and I think it's worth pointing out.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Emily.
To this point, Emily, so, you know, you said something really important about tech companies and startups, that it's all about the users, and founders that forget this fact. It's not just for the beginning. It's not just for the discovery that they do at the first stage. They have to be connected all the time to the users, to the end customers. Exactly. What do they want? What is their pain? What helps them? How is the product? And if they lack this communication, then it simply won't work. And the big companies that succeed, they continue to do this ongoing process all the time, and that's what makes it work.
There's a constant connection between the end users and the developers, we can call them, and I think that's very important. So thank you.
So if we could extract from what all of you said, is the essence is about the people and always being at the forefront of what you do. Which brings us to our next topic, and after all, it's a technological conference, and we're all here about technology, cutting edge technology. So moving on to our next question is VR, XR, AR, and AI are all here to stay. How does your company embrace those technologies, whether on servicing clients from those industries, integrate those cutting edge environments and interaction, or otherwise interact with them? We have a very experienced and seasoned technology person with us. Marius, I think you have some input on this topic.
Sure. I mean, I can talk all day about this. Would be funny to see what can we do with, you know, augmented reality in finance. Like if you open your bank account and you see more money than you actually have.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That would boost your, I don't know, self-esteem or something. Yeah. But, you know, to be very honest, right, and very frank, artificial intelligence, I think, is one of the closest technologies. Well, I would still call it very early stages, right? Machine learning kind of things. We have to be aware that it will become more and more significant. Actually, my son showed me a cartoon the other day. He was watching. It's like, I don't remember the name exactly, but it's about, you know, a smartphone going crazy, developing its own intelligence, and then trying to conquer the world. Will it happen? I don't know. But the bottom line is that this technology is definitely getting a lot of traction. And the reason is that we are living in the, you know, information era, and there's a lot of data available for us. And even for us, you know, at ConnectPay, you know, there's so many data points and so many data elements that we tap into to understand, security issues, as an example, right? Because you know, we obviously serve businesses, big businesses who hold a lot of funds with us, and it is our, you know, utmost and top priority to ensure security of those funds. And so we have to be able to understand, you know, is there something happening that is not normal, that is abnormal, that is out of sync, or not in line with expected behavior. And that is where we utilize machine learning, right? Where we can tap into a lot of informational sources, you know, develop patterns, and then identify possible problems and address them. You know, that is where this is going, and I think that is where, you know, many of the fintechs are using this in fraud prevention, in security. However, I still stand my ground as a technologist, right? When you get to the bottom of it, it's still very, very early stages. We still lack a lot of information, and only the big tech has sufficient information to make it, you know, tangible so far. So there's still ways for us to grow. There's still services to be developed, and companies probably to be created that actually, you know, can anonymize information, as an example, and present the insights of machine learning or artificial intelligence as a service to other companies that could be valuable. So yeah, it's still early stages, but I think we're definitely going to see a lot of machine learning solutions and implementations.
As long as we're in the right direction. Yeah, Moti, moving on to you. How do you
learning or VR, XR, and AR? Anyway, I'll answer about VR, XR, and AR. So first of all, for lack of a better word, I would say that it's shit. It has no usability right now. It's mostly a gimmick. And I worked with a bunch of companies in the space, including Infinity Augmented Reality, which was acquired by Alibaba, and Inception VR. Right now, usability is super limited. Google Glass was a complete failure, and it's mostly a gimmick. I mean, you have Pokemon Go and a bunch of other applications, but right now, unless Apple will come with the finally come out with the promised you know, glasses, mixed reality glasses that rumors are flying around for a couple of years, I don't see this picking up at some point. And I think that the, you know, industry reflected on it similarly. The equipment is still very, very expensive. There is no mass adoption, and people are not involved. Right now, it has a similar usability to what 3D TV had back in the day. I said my piece.
Thank you, Moti, for your insight, because it reflects the other side of, you know, what people think, and actually it's not very much contradicting what Mary said, because it said it's very in its infancy and it's not well adopted. Gali, you have something to add.
I want to take it to a little bit different additional angle. So, you know, tech is here to stay, and we all need to adjust to it and to learn how to take it to the right places. And AI for cyber is like, and fintech, it's very, very common. But
are we talking about AI or also, VR, XR, and AR? Because AI is fantastic.
So I'll take it from here, Moti, and you can add. I'm sure you like this direction. So I'll focus for a second on AI. So there are some industries which is very easy to explain how it is going to be implemented. But from my place, the way I see it, so AI today with NLP and machine learning, it really helps people make their lives better. They're different in the wellness world. There are different startups, for example, like Calm and Kai and BetterUp, which really take the language and the feelings that people feel and really help them to take it to the next level. This is for one example. And on the other example, I don't know if I mentioned it, but I'm also an interior designer just because I like design. And one of the startups that I love the most and work with, Swap, they actually take all the world of architecture and design and planning, and they make it automatically with the help of AI. So this also helps with safety and things like that. So there are many, many advantages in implementing those technologies in verticals that weren't that common in the past.
Great, great. Thank you so much for that input. I would like to move forward to the next question. As a CEO in a successful business, how do you manage your day-to-day challenges, develop your leadership skills and balances required to scale an online venture sustainably? And what leadership methodologies perform best, and what makes a service provider excel in its performance, service, effectiveness, and response time? So it's a long question, it's a mouthful, but we could take it step by step. Jens, I would love to hear your input.
Sure, you're absolutely right. To answer this question, it will probably take us for the next hours.
Of course, all day.
But to make it short, I think it is important from Theo's point of view to have kind of emotional intelligence. So what does it mean? Understand what is important to employees first, to help them to perform at their best. So this means also to give them room to self-development in themselves. So and really try out new things, not only just following guidelines or checking boxes when it comes to day-to-day business. So this is very important. Again, we have already said this before, you have to listen also to your employees. And so this is very, very important. So, and then of course, it is also so important to have a deep industry knowledge, so that we as a service provider can always bring the value to a discussion with the client, because again, it is not the best way of doing business, in my opinion, just to have a discussion or a meeting with a client and come with a nice book and say, okay, this is our product we can offer to you. No, you have to, first of all, to learn something about your potential client, and so that you can offer best value. So, and then of course, it is also very, very important to me that just for the management and of course for the whole staff, you need to think about the work-life balance. So work hard, yes, this is of course part of our job, but also leave room to relax a bit. So what does it mean? Maybe have a break during the day, go out for lunch if you have enough time. Why not spend 2 hours or so? So this is important to have this in a right balance to me.
Thank you.
I would wonder. You know, it's me asking also Jens, because I had that wonder because Jens, you know, is different from, I don't know, ConnectPay or Moti, or you know, I'm trying to see. You are actually split it half and half, like officially even. And I know, like, you have your Maltese team very, you know, concentrated, you know, in Malta. Yeah. You know, some of them like born in Malta, Maltese race, some of them expats living in Malta, and you have also your, let's say, your German crew based in Hamburg, and probably, you know, each one of them have their own Phoenix P culture, because some of them working years with your team, you know, some of them, the founders like Stefan is like, you know, working again for the team, but I'm trying, you have like a distinct company culture for each team, or you have your own, have you managed to build like the Phoenix P corporate culture and values, which is already integrated? I wonder.
No, it is Phoenix P culture, I would say. So to just to add, so from a German point of view, you can imagine that there's a different culture to the Venezuelan culture, so to say. And so we brought this together, and it is a fantastic combination.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you. That was I was curious. So this is what, you know, it kept me in mind. Yeah.
Maybe to what Jens just said, if that's okay. So, you know, it's a great question, you know, what do we bring inside of it? And today, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this term, the VUCA world. It actually stands for volatile and uncertainty and complexity and ambiguity. It's actually it's a phrase that was mentioned by the U.S. military like 20, 30 years ago, and now is very strong in business. And it's actually how do we cope and how do we work in situations of uncertainty and how do we balance it? And we just saw it like very, very strongly during this year, during COVID. And the idea is, again, how do we bring the people around us, because it's all around the people. And like Jen said, it all begins with our compass and our values. And the values are the essence and the core of what actually brings the company and makes it together, the culture. Now, culture is not just having beer at lunch or something like that. Culture is what happened when there is a pandemic and we need to decide either to let go people or to decrease the salaries in 20% in order to keep everyone. Culture, I didn't mention it before, but I have a podcast that speaks on the mental aspects of entrepreneurship. So I just finished a record one, and one of the co-founders just shared he lost his co-founder in a very tragic situation.
Wow.
And yeah, it's concrete. If you're familiar, they're doing a very biological concrete. Anyway, the resilience that he showed up, how the company must go on and must continue to grow and do their thing because they're changing this world. And even though such a thing that happened, which is really, really tragic, they continue and they move on. So this is culture and this is values and this is what it brings inside. Another thing that we need to bear in mind is that nowadays the employees are Z generation, they're millennials, they are coming from different backgrounds, they want other things. So we have also to adjust and we have to bring this balance inside and we have to allow them the courage to understand themselves and how they want to bring themselves into the organization. And another word that is really, really common today is entrepreneurship, that everyone needs to have this mindset of being an entrepreneur. It's not necessarily as in a startup company, it's also the way you bring yourself into the companies with your new innovative ideas. And one last thing is that we really, like Jen said, we need to keep our balance and our wellness in the right place, because it's not enough to be the best CEO or the best co-founder. If our mental health and if our wellness will not be in place, it will simply won't work. So I always like that when the 80% good enough mom term of Winnicott, which means that we can be good enough in what we do and take care of our wellness. And this is the way to lead companies today. This is what I believe in.
Absolutely. Amazing answer. Thank you.
Wow, Gali, I mean, this is amazing thoughts. I completely agree with you Gali and Jens. I think you're spot on. It's all about the people, right? The business, the digital business that we're in, it's people and technology, and people create technology. So at the end of the day, it's all about people. One thing I would like to share, this is right, building culture and ensuring, allowing, empowering people. One conclusion that I came to not long ago, right, is that what you need to do as CEO, and as Tal mentioned, right, I transitioned from CTO to CEO, and I'm a technologist, I'm a physicist by education, sort of everything needs to make sense, but I understand that as a CEO you need to sell. And what I mean by selling is you need to sell the vision to the people. You need to sell that the position the person is taking is super important for the company, for the big goal, right? And this whole empowerment and enablement of people goes through the CEO actually selling, right? Selling and ensuring that the people understand their importance to the organization, understand that their job is important, that their contribution is important, and how it all comes together for the company to move forward. So just one thing I wanted to share, that as CEO, you sell every day to every single employee, every single thing. You just sell.
You're selling a vision, like you said.
Yes.
And that's
it's
so
funny,
important.
Marius, I remember that I saw pictures in real time from the company. I don't know, you had a treasure hunt there in Vilnius. Now, Vilnius is one of my favorite cities. I like the Baltics. If I need to grade, like the old city, probably of Riga is also really cool. I like Vilnius in its whole, Probably Estonia, only a very small part of it I like, but it's cool on other levels, you know, crypto exchanges, licenses, etc. But at the end of the day, I think what you have in your company is a very nice company culture and a good balance between what the needs. And I saw, you know, when I was discussing, and we're working with Vilte from your marketing team. She was in Bali working, like, you know, it was looking, Jens, it was very funny, you know, I was speaking, like, you know, when I'm speaking with your team, like at 2 a.m., because I'm a crazy guy, I was speaking with her at 2 a.m. because she's like 2 a.m., it's like 7 a.m. in Bali, and she was like working 24 hours, but from Bali, and it was really, really nice. And, you know, if we relate to your question, Emily, we're trying, I'm the CEO and the chairman of the group. I'm trying to do the balance. I do not succeed. So I can say things sometimes sounds theoretically feasible. I established my firm in 2003 after studying computer science, 2 degrees in computer science and law. And I can tell you, for me, it's very, very hard to let go. Very, very hard. I know it's a problem because I enjoy.
You need me next to you.
Maybe, Gali, maybe, maybe. I know that I need to improve. I'm sure that I need to improve. I need to let go. I need, you know, to delegate stuff. Until now, you know, we do, you know, so I do delegate. So I have my departments, I have my teams, but I really like to be personally involved in everything and to help. And it comes also from, you know, like from being, you know, active and to care. But I can tell you, we do try to do on the cultural level to improve in the way that, yeah, we do have now a company trip every month. And now, so like, I don't know if you saw what we did have, like a market tour. And the next week on the 24th, we have actually even including like sleeping outside of the office in a very nice hotel. And it'll be cool. And I don't want to tell my team because it's surprises, but it's really, really cool. That's about that.
Thank you, Tal. So moving on
my dad, we're all very excited for the company day, fun days.
Fun days, yeah. It started to become a new thing and like a permanent thing every 4 weeks.
Thank you. So next question: How do you see your company further adjusting and expanding in the future to cater the needs of the changing online industry? Gali, maybe you would like to answer this question.
Wait, I wasn't focused for a second.
No problem.
Moti, begin, I'll add later.
Well, first of all, we signed a partnership deal with a PR agency in the Emirate, which helped us substantially expand our business. As far as adapting to the online, you know, wave, actually, I have to say that I'm super happy that, you know, the COVID situation is improving and the pandemic is receding, because in my profession, as I said in my intro, personal relationships is everything. And that's quite challenging to do online. So now many of the conferences that got delayed are now reinstated. Just for example, a week and a half ago, there was a crypto and blockchain conference in Miami, which broke all-time records. 50,000 people participated.
Wow.
Mainly because they were, you know, closed in their homes for the past year and a half, and they all craved to finally participate in a conference. So I think that this particular one was a bit overwhelming because it was too big, you know, to be productive. But I'm very happy that I will be able now to interlace offline activities into the online activities that actually dominated our, you know, day-to-day life in the past year and a half. Other than that, we will keep hiring more people. Hopefully, the sector will continue to, you know, outperform other sectors, and I'm very optimistic toward this future.
Amazing. Thank you, Moti. Marius, maybe you would like to take the lead?
Yeah, sure. I mean, what we will do in the nearest future, and this is something that I really want to brag about, right? Our new service, which is accept payments. We are allowing our customers to accept payments from bank accounts in different countries in Europe so far. We will be adding card processing, card acquiring capabilities to our customers. And so during this year, we will definitely be adding more products like that to enable our customers. By listening to what the customer needs are, we will go into a land grab mode. I really believe that we will go into land grab, and we will definitely tackle markets market by market, in going into them very strongly and expanding globally. So I'm a big believer of us going very global in the next several years.
Amazing, Marius. Jens, same question.
Yes, so well, on our end, so we're launching this year new products as well, like Marius did on Connect Pay, of course. So second half of this year, we will introduce our own debit card solution linked to our virtual IBAN solution, what will be a great benefit. We are still a believer in this. For the crypto industry and the iGaming sector as well. And secondly, we have already launched our first e-agent. So this means that we are now looking more and more in different countries all over Europe to make FinXP familiar to other countries, so to say. And the e-agent just takes care of our obligations we have when it comes, let's say, to know your customer, etc. at PP. And we will launch together with our e-agent, called e-vouchers, cash vouchers, what is also very in the interest of the iGaming sector. So there are many projects still in the pipeline, and yeah, we are looking forward to make this happen in the next couple of months.
Sounds really exciting. Thank you, Jens. Gali.
So that's a great question. And as a consultancy firm, and as we spoke before, it's the focus is the clients, and we need to make our clients happy, not in a, like a cliche, but really we need to really listen to all their needs and to make ourselves invaluable for them, so they will need us in every step of the way. Now, for me, I also like to focus on B2B, and most of the startups that I work with are focusing B2B, first of all, because it's really common to Israeli startups, but then again, because business model wise, sometimes it's smarter and easier to go that way. But nowadays, with the things that change, what COVID brought into our lives, with the digital digitization that startups began with it, but now all of the companies and corporates are working that way. So it's much easier. Having said that, people need, again, the face-to-face, the personal touch to understand how to work together. Another point is that I think, like every good business, startup, corporate, consultancy, doesn't matter, law firm, we all need to have a mix and portfolio of products and services that we have in it. It might be something online and digital, it might be the personal touch, and it might be, something which is long-term. And that way we can provide different values for different needs that changes with the time. Personally, I'm also expanding myself worldwide. I have startups that I'm working with in Dubai and Norway and the United States and the UK and Europe. And it's really, really interesting. And I think that it's not just how the company grows, it's also about how you as a person in the different titles that we have, say at the end, come on, let's put a bullshit outside. We're all human beings, and we all are growing in this, in this journey. And this is life, it's a path it's a career path. It's not a work, so it's the way that we develop during this thing. And I think that with the right mix and with really focusing on the right clients, also means to say no to those who are not exactly accurate to what you do best. This is the way to make it bigger, smarter, and more impactful.
More accurate.
Amazing. Exactly.
Thank you, Gali. Last but not least, Tal.
Yeah, I think that for us, it was actually, if I see the firm was established in 2003, and our first client was a Playtech licensee. And then we started to work with several licensees of Playtech. And then I remember everybody did licenses over the internet from Costa Rica, you know, and like the $4,000 license to transmit data over the internet, which was very popular at the time. And then the Isle of Man license got in, the Malta, and we were very, very focused on gaming back then in the mid 2000s. Then, you know, the Forex entered in the mid 2020, between like 2012 until 2017. Then the ICO season. Now we're back again into being a very niche law firm, focused only on stuff that we do. And like, I really like EdTech. I really like AdTech, you know, the more cooler companies. We like the gaming companies that work according to the law, not the cowboys. We like to work with startups, which both of them from Israel or outside, but are making and planning to do good to the industry and to the society. And I think that there's enough of those, and I think that's the way of us to adapt, to make sure that we enjoy what we do, that we maybe our aim is maybe next year, I don't know, maybe Gali can help us, on that we need to keep a good balance between work and life and everything in general.
Guys, thank you so much. I think this was just a really fascinating discussion. A lot of food for thought, a lot of things to think about for the rest of the day and the rest of the week. So I really appreciate everyone's time, and thank you for being here with us and for all your clever and smart input. It was a real pleasure. Jenya, do you have anything to add?
No, only to complement your words. It was very insightful, very experienced and very seasoned speakers and CEOs. And it was absolutely a delight to be here today. And thank you everyone again. And thank you Zoltan and Alex and the Hipster and Tech Conference team. Thank you everyone. Thanks for watching. Have a great day.
Thank you guys.
Thank you as well, guys. It was quite an energetic panel. Now we're moving forward to a gaming-related panel. Play as anyone, taking the N out of NPC, presented by Liviu Totolici from Ubisoft. Hi, Liviu.
Hi everyone.
Hi, nice to see you. I think you can go ahead. You can take on the presentation.
I'll just share my screen. This all right?
Yep.
So, hi everyone. My name is Liviu Totolici. I'm a level design director for Ubisoft Bucharest. Today I'll be talking about Play as Anyone, an innovative feature created for the previously launched Watch Dogs Legion title. The title was developed by a number of studios around the world, with the Bucharest studio having a big contribution to the game, and the main feature, Play as Anyone. So we're gonna briefly talk about what is Play as Anyone, how did it come to be, how does it work, obviously, what is the actual gameplay impact, the main design challenges linked to its development, technical innovations behind it, and we're going to wrap it up with some player reaction and Q&A at the end. So to kick things off, we're going to look at a quick trailer of the Watch Dogs Legion game, just to put things into perspective.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So Play as Anyone is at the core of the game fantasy, which is building a team of people to fight back against the corrupt system. And it essentially allows players to recruit and play as literally anyone they see while walking around in the world. So how did it come to be? Well, actually, when it comes to the vision, Play as Anyone was a natural evolution within the franchise. In Watch Dogs 1, you play as a lone vigilante. Watch Dogs 2's main protagonist is part of a hacker team. So playing as part of a resistance movement called EdTech made all the sense in the world for a natural next step. So you have to build this resistance from the ground up, and that means not only recruiting people, but actually getting to play as them. So Play as Anyone allows us to take hacking to the next level. Whereas the previous games were all about hacking tools and all that stuff, Legion is a game about people. So this is the creative vision. You still have the hacking layer, you have the tools that are always present, but the Play as Anyone innovation allows players to go deeper into the way the simulation is built. So you go into the characters' lives, you engage with those social networks, doing something we like to call social hacking. And what it means, you go through London, you interact with possible recruits, you meet their associates, and you influence their lives. And it's also about the people you meet and how our players are interacting with them. To give you a quick example, while walking through the streets of London, I found a character that has the same last name as me. So this is like a really tiny detail, but it made this character really special to me. So I immediately decided she's going to be part of my team. So how does it actually work? Well, before you can play as a new recruit, you first have to find your character and recruit them. So you wander the streets of London in search for interesting people that you might want for your team. It may be people that have certain gameplay abilities or just plain interesting people that you find in the world. Essentially, every character is unique and is a part of the game simulation. The way they act, the way they talk, the way their abilities and skills are combined create their unique personas. You have an archaeologist who like to steal crypto all the time. You have a climatologist with a gun fetish, or even a famous video game designer. So it's all there. You can find it on the streets of London. Now, these people also have jobs, relationships, families, friends, and so on, as well as their own set of problems that, as a player, you can act upon to recruit them. They all have an opinion of DedSec, the resistance, and will only talk to you if they like you. So after recruitment, you can switch to your new characters. You can customize their abilities with the basic tools that are available for the resistance, non-lethal weapons, hacking, a mask, gadgets, and so on, which actually set the foundation for the main gameplays of hacking, stealth, gunplay, and melee. Now, in addition, all these characters have their own personalized abilities and skills that come from their persona. So, for example, this guy here, every time he hacks someone, he's going to steal some crypto. Unfortunately, he's really old, so he's going to move slowly. He can't run, he can't jump, and so on. And it's also about the freedom of expression for players. And with Play as Anyone, you have the opportunity to choose the stars of your story. Now, when I found this character in the world, I saw in his bio that he used to be a famous dancer. So I immediately decided that I'm going to dress him up accordingly. And then this character will integrate seamlessly into the story, into the story beats. His voice is going to be in the cutscenes as well as the character itself. Players may want a girl with dreadlocks, a team that only have Romanian names, for example, a team of grannies, or even the disco archaeologist here. Play as Anyone is actually about putting this choice into the player's hands. Now, so far we've been talking about the fantasy, but what does it actually mean for gameplay? Now, the impact of this innovation on gameplay really ties into the freedom of approach when it comes to objectives. And when it comes to objectives, the people are the most valuable tools. The player's team is going to be a reflection of his choices, both in terms of the characters' looks, their names, personalities, and so on, but also in terms of what gameplay abilities and bonuses they bring to the team. The game encourages players to recruit a diverse cast so they can handle any situation that they might find in the game. Now, to support this, obviously, the locations that the players encounter in the game are built to provide and cater to a multitude of ways and opportunities of achieving objectives. So you can use stealth, you can use gadget, you can even go in guns blazing, or you can use some personalized character abilities that make achieving objectives more interesting or even more sneaky in some cases. You need something from a roof, you can hire a construction worker who comes with his drone and just flies to the roof. Do you want to get something from a hospital server? You can recruit a doctor and just walk right in. If you need to destroy something, you can expose your characters, but if you have somebody who comes by default with a drone, he can use this drone to take care of business from a distance. Even if you have to go into an enemy location, you can recruit one of the guards and just infiltrate with ease, as long as you don't get too close to other guards. So you can even go guns blazing, but it's easier if you recruit somebody like a royal guard who has access to an assault rifle. Now we're going to talk a bit about the main design challenges that came related to Play As Anyone. So for us, players are at the part of the game experience. We really wanted to understand how they will react to this, and we play tested with actual players to learn a lot from their feedback. As the development evolved, we understood that not having a single protagonist came with two important challenges. The first one, the characters have to feel interesting and meaningful enough to entice players to recruit and use them. The players need to feel surprised about the interesting people they meet in the world, and they need to feel curious about what it would be like to play as them. And the second one was matching the players' expectations about the character fantasy. Now, characters in the world inspire players to imagine different experiences and fantasies. So playing as those characters needs to deliver on those fantasies. A quick example, if you see a man driving a bus, you can expect that if you recruit and play as him, he will have some abilities related to his job. In this case, access to a double-decker bus, and maybe some abilities that are related to driving. It's really a case of what you see and what you get. So this is how it translates into gameplay abilities and affordance. Next, we're going to look at the design choices that the team made to fulfill this promise for Play As Anyone. So, character uniqueness is an important part of their appeal to players. The way the characters are built really makes them unique. They have their own personal traits, their unique appearance, their clothing, their voice-acted persona, and their backstory. They have their social network and their opinion of the resistance. Then there are the gameplay traits, which are affordances based on their bio, some specialized abilities, some twists, and obviously realization. Now, when players encounter them and hack them, they are already part of the simulation. And the game system has generated all these details, and based on all of them, they really have a schedule. So they go about their jobs in the world, they go home, they meet their friends, they sleep, and so on. Now, the characters that the players find in the world all can have up to 4 gameplay properties. Now, all these are bundled together to create unique properties, unique characters, sorry. There are basic people that may have no properties at all, and you can easily find the ones that have 1, 2, or even 3. Now, not all of them are positive in every case, but the ones with 3 or 4 useful gameplay traits obviously have higher value and are harder to find. So they include specialized characters that we're going to talk about in a moment. Now, some of these gameplay properties are more valuable than others. You have direct gameplay benefits like weapons, gadgets, even uniforms. You have unique realizations in the form of the way they do a takedown. You have minor benefits like store discounts or stealing crypto. And then you have flavor properties and quirks like low mobility, hiccups, a character that farts all the time. And some of them may even have some negative effects. You may have a character that will never surrender to the authorities, and he will actually get shot and die. Now, specialized characters are rare people in the world that have unique gadgets and abilities or combinations, high affordances, and obviously specific realization. Now, these characters are really inspiring, unique role-playing fantasies. You have the spy, who has obviously a silenced pistol, a gadget car. You have the drone expert, who comes with a unique drone and gadget. The getaway driver that is untouchable behind the wheel, and a beekeeper that uses bees to dispose of his enemies and is immune to shock weapons. Now, these people are hard to find. You may find them in specific places that are linked to their personality. For example, if you go around and find a protest, you may find occasionally a protest leader. Or if you go around the parks in the game, you may actually find a beekeeper there. Others are rewarded for liberating burrows, which is one of the activities in the game. And some of them may be even explicitly pushed forward by the game through the electronic assistant. Recruitment is an important part of Play as Anyone, and it needs to feel meaningful. Recruitment takes time. Players have to find the characters, talk to them, invest time in completing their recruitment mission. Now, you find this woman who is a chauffeur, you save her up for recruitment, then you need to convince her to join the resistance. So that means you need to talk to her and find out what her problems are and resolve them. It's a simple loop of interacting, finding people, interacting with them, completing their missions, and then bringing them into the team. Now, this time investment is meant to increase the value of these people in the eyes of the player. So therefore, increasing their attachment to their characters. The missions are tied to the character backstory, so you don't have any dissonance. For example, you expect that if you recruit a chauffeur, you will have to do something that is related to driving. Now, some of the characters are harder to recruit as they may be a part of an enemy faction or have a bad opinion of the resistance, or even they might have a previous interaction, bad interaction with the player. So it's harder to recruit them. You need to expose their recruitment mission because they don't like the resistance. And to do this, you need to investigate them further and go into their actual schedule. So you go deeper into the simulation, you follow them around, you see them meeting their friends, going to sleep, and so on. But you can also find some leads that are sort of micro missions that you can act upon to get these people to talk to you. Now, you may find them in the world by accident, or you may just follow them around. And in this case, you find Clankily Racketeer that if you act upon is going to make Christian more sympathetic to the resistance. So we will be able to talk to him later on. Now, obviously, there are consequences to the player's actions. Now, for example, some characters may become unrecruitable if you have done bad things to them. In this case, I had found this woman and I really liked her abilities. I liked her name. I really wanted to bring her into the team, but before I could do so, we got into a fight and she went to the hospital. Now, obviously, she's going to be pretty upset about that. So upset, in fact, that she will never talk to me again, even if I try to find her and recruit her. Another choice was to make permadeath optional. This was meant to avoid the frustration of having players lose some of their characters by mistake, if, of course, if they have invested in them. Instead, these characters will be either arrested or injured, so they will become unavailable for certain periods of time. This also helps us bring value to other types of characters that have abilities that decrease downtime. So you have judges, nurses, lawyers, and so on. The permadeath is still in the game, but it's an option that can be deactivated at any time. This is an important one, actually. So the game really evolved during production to the action-adventure genre. So we reduced RPG elements that were limiting the play as anyone experience. So there was previously an individual leveling system for characters. We had character progression, we had perks and gadgets that could be assigned to the characters. We had classes. Now, all these could work well with the game with a single protagonist, but for play as anyone, they essentially reduced those characters to numbers. And it also focused players' attention on certain class or on certain character that had already been leveled up. So the decision was made to put the value on the characters. We moved the perks, the abilities, gadgets directly onto the people, removed the individual leveling, and this had the effect that it made characters more attractive. It pushed players into finding them and recruiting them, while the progression evolved into a simple upgrade system that uses tech points that can be found in the game. An additional advantage of this was that these tech points are found throughout locations, so we also encourage exploration. Now, this shift from RPG really benefited the roleplay fantasy, allowing for meaningful and different gameplay for each of the people that you recruit. The addition of quirks, this is actually about some weird abilities that are not particularly useful gameplay-wise, but add a lot of flavor to the people you meet in the world. You have people who are famous, which means characters in the game will stop and take selfies with you. You have musicians that can play their instruments for crypto. You have guards, for example, that fart all the time, so they will always alert nearby enemies. You have people who are shopaholics, for example, and they will always have new clothes, or a transient that begs for crypto, but then spends most of it away because he's a gambling addict. Now, these are not gameplay impacting abilities, but they make the average heroes unusual in an attractive and interesting way. Finally, adding the option for players to show off their team through a feature called Photo Booth, where you can customize and share unique pictures with friends for bragging rights. So what is the tech that made all this possible? Well, the most important one is something called Census, which is the system that builds the characters in the game. And it uses databases and rules to generate characters, persona, backstory, occupation, and social network. Now, backstory means everything like gender, age, ethnicity, job, religion, income, and so on. And this also influences associated gameplay properties and spawning restriction. animation archetypes, voice persona, and other things. Connected systems then generate the character schedule, and they can now be found in the world. Another thing this system does is something called recasting. So it means it pushes forward people that the players have previously interacted with throughout the game, or saved up for recruitment, and even pushes forward some of their contacts. And in this case, you can see I found a woman that I didn't know anything about, but the system told me that she was connected to this recruit that I wanted to bring into the team. So you can imagine that if I do something to the chauffeur's dealer, she's going to be pretty upset. Now, Census has one final important role, which is that it records interaction with characters in the game. Now, if you run someone over with your car, that person and his associates will remember, and while going about through the world, their opinion of the resistance will decrease, and they might even call you out if they meet you in the world. It's all about the consequences to the player's action. And for example, I kept trying to recruit Ana Maria into the team, but unfortunately, while stalking her around the world and trying to talk to her, she got upset. We got into a fight, and she went again to the hospital. And this means that I could never recruit her, but I could keep her on my list just as a reminder of the mistakes that I've done. The other thing is about voice modulation. Voice recording is at the heart of every game character. Play as Anyone posed an important challenge because you have a vast number of generated characters that all had to sound unique. So you can't record them all, and you only have a limited number of actors that you can work with. So the team developed a very clever and powerful voice modulation system. Now, the way this works is simulation of how a person's voice actually works. You have vocal cords and everything that happens when you talk. Now, it essentially works like this. You have the actor's recorded voice that is being played, and when it passes through the system, there are a number of different settings that change voice inflection and pitch, so the voice is modified in a believable way and can produce a different result every time. Now, this system combined with multiple versions of scripted dialogue ensure the variety that we need for the virtual population of London. So finally, a bit about the reaction of our players to this. Ever since the game was announced 2 years ago at E3, players and the media were really excited by the idea of choosing their characters in the world. Helen, the retired assassin grandma, was the star of our show. There were two important feedbacks that really validated the Play as Anyone vision. First, players really enjoyed finding and playing as different characters, especially unusual ones like Grandma Helen, Chester the Royal Guard, or even, like in my case, Margareta the teacher. And the second one was the fact that players really liked playing with the simulation. That means seeing the way their actions are having an impact in the world, the way they're able to find associates of people, their friends, their enemies, and that influence them indirectly. This also gave a boost to the team, this reaction, and up until launch, the development team was hard working on adding more depth to these characters and improving and refining the small details to make the Play as Anyone feature shine even more. Now, before going to Q&A, because we're talking about immersion, imagine that as a player, you walk through the streets of the city, you observe the people around you, they go about their daily lives, and you know that you can choose to play as any one of them. So you walk around and wonder, who would I want to play today? This is the unique question that the game asks of our players. So this is the promise of the Play as Anyone innovation. that. Thank you.
Really, really interesting, Liviu. It really got my attention, and I'm definitely willing to try this. I just have a little question. Are there absolutely no NPCs in the game?
There are the main villains, but you never actually see them physically, so you can never recruit them. You can never hack them.
I understand. And another
Other
thing
than that, anyone in the world, yeah.
And another one that popped my mind, for example, you said that you can choose to be a celebrity and people will stop you on the street to take selfie with you. For example, if you are wanted by the police, or if you're on a wanted list, the fact that a stranger takes a selfie with you, would that decrease the time until you get caught, or would that help the police in any way?
Not necessarily. There are some checkpoints in the game that act like an alarm, and if you pass through them, they're going to detect you. But otherwise, if you've done good things in the game for people, they're going to remember and they're going to enjoy talking to you.
I see. Well, thank you very much for your presentation and for offering us pieces of this really nice game. We have to move on to the digital twins of regions fostering tourism panel that was brought to us by WeStrive Up, and I'm inviting Simon to take over and present and introduce your guests, and let us hear what are you proposing.
Thank you, Alex. Can you all hear me good?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. So now for something completely different, yeah, digital twins and tourism. Nice maybe a breakup of the conference, just to think about something similar but different. Today we are 4 or 5 people. There is Thomas, Andreas, Fabian, and me, and everyone else who is online here is of course welcome to discuss with us. We want to start with one round where everyone just mentions himself and tells the audience a little bit about what's his or her his idea of a digital twin. And let's start with Andreas, who is with the MCI in Innsbruck, and he's a professor there and head of department. Andreas.
Hi, Simon. Thanks a lot for introducing me. My name is Andreas. I'm coming from an engineering background. So I'm head of the mechatronics department. So I'm in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, automation, robotics. And that's quite interesting because the digital twin actually comes, as far as I can see, from a mechanical engineering side somehow. I'm also heading the digital twin lab at MCI, where we have a collaboration with 2 big mechanical engineering companies who asked us to build digital twins of their machines. And the question is quite interesting what a digital twin is, because simulation is done for a long time in mechanical engineering. Actually, we're doing this for decades. So it's a little bit the question, is it just a new buzzword which is coming up, or is there really something changing? And as far as I understand it, there are 2 things which are kind of new from a digital twin with respect to the simulations we did so far. On one hand side, we try to simulate now not just a part of the machine. Let's, like, in a car, you try to simulate a small part and try to find out it will work or it will break. A digital twin is kind of a whole simulation of the whole system. So you try to not just simulate one part of the car, not just half of the car or the entire car. You try to simulate the whole machine with all the interactions which are there, and also including to some extent the surrounding. So a digital twin, you typically want to live in a digital world. And this is something which I find is very new about the digital twin. The second thing, which is kind of unique for a digital twin with respect to other, let's say, CFD or finite element or electromagnetic simulations, is that's a kind of a real-time application. If you do simulations in mechanical engineering, sometimes you don't worry if the simulation takes like 2 days and you just simulate, let's say, 2 minutes of the lifetime of this part. But in a digital twin, you have this request to somehow at least to be able to keep up with real time. So the simulation on one hand side is well, just big because you include a lot of parts, you include the environment. On the other hand side, you should be quite fast. And this was not possible until recently. And this is really an innovation which is in this digital twin, which enables a lot of answering a lot of questions and a lot of processes which were not possible so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Andreas. The next one is Fabian by alphabet. He's a research professor with Tallinn University currently. Fabian.
Thank you very much, Simon. Thanks for inviting me, and I'm happy to be here. I'm currently working at Tallinn University of Technology, and but same time also at High Performance Computing Center in Stuttgart in Germany, where we kind of started with this topic on digital twins for urban and regional environments. As Andreas said, yeah, it's true. It's about kind of the complexity, and digital twin could be described as a system of systems. So we have different systems combined in one larger system. So to say, for example, different simulation, different analysis, algorithms, and so on. Like a digital twin can be a container including models, simulation, and algorithms, and so on. And also the topic of almost real-time data is an important one for urban regions, and for also for the regional scale. So in Stuttgart, for example, we are implementing different data from climate, emissions, user behavior in traffic, using high performance computing, so supercomputing. At HLRS, we have one of the fastest computers in the world. I think it's number 17 at the moment, and it's kind of very, very usable for simulation, but also artificial intelligence is being used in combination with high performance computing in this sense. Also, what to the lecture beforehand, before our discussion started, in Estonia, in Tallinn, we are working on a green digital twin. Means we are implementing kind of the urban green and algorithms, how plants are developing over time and over the seasons, and also how climate change is affecting kind of these urban green and urban environments. And this is also in the sense of tourism important, because our cities are changing, and also the visible structure, not only the ecological and environmental aspects are important, but also the visible aspects. And here we are using, we are trying to also, as same in Stuttgart as in Estonia, we are trying to include the greater public in these processes, and we try to use digital twins as tools for supporting citizens, laypersons, but also experts from different fields and decision makers. And we are using serious game approaches. So this gaming approach is quite important, I think, because people like to play, and people like to be entertained. And this is also important in this democratic way or in a way to democratize planning processes. And we are visualizing these digital twins in virtual and augmented realities. So that's kind of the link. So you can have So you can have a almost realistic image of the city, and you can choose your own perspective. In Stuttgart, we are using a cave, and in cave automatic virtual environment, this is kind of a cube with kind of about 3 meters to 3 meters size. And in Estonia, in Tallinn, we are implementing a city hub, which is going to be also using virtual reality and being kind of a human-computer, human interface, so people can input their personal data and experience.
Cool. Thank you, Fabian.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Thomas. Now we are switching into the mountains. The University of Applied Sciences of Kufstein already works with digital twins for several years, and Thomas is one of the guys there. It's your stage at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Simon, and hello everybody. It's nice to be here and to discuss with you this topic. Yeah, I'm a mechanical engineer, and I'm in Kufstein responsible for a master study program. It's called Smart Products and Solutions. And yeah, our approach is that these smart products are somehow everywhere. So we are not only in the engineering field, so also in other domains. And I think this is also why we are here today, to discuss approaches from the technological side at another domains, for example, tourism. What we do in Kufstein, we teach the method of digital twin, and what I'd like to do in the beginning is always to ask for the aim. So we are not making a digital twin for itself to be just to say, yeah, we have now a digital twin. We always start with the goal. So what is the problem? What is the challenge? For example, we started in the city Kufstein to monitor the air quality. It sounds not so challenging, but it's a very nice project where we can teach the students different aspects of sensor design, of data storage, visualization, and so on, just to get in touch. And as Andreas already said, is it just a name for something which we already have since years or decades? And of course, this is always this problem with this hype problematic, I think. So everybody's talking, we need the digital twin and it will solve all of our problems. But it's we have to be a little bit realistic, and I think that all of us, we know what kind of problems, or let's say challenges, to say it in a nice way, we face when we implement really a digital twin. And on the other hand, what I also like to highlight is that we are living in a connected world. So I'm wearing my smartwatch. I have my smartphone with me. I post images on Instagram, everything. So there is this basic or the base for making something with the data is already there. And if we talk with guys of the tourism, they already plan to implement the digital guest pass, so where they can collect data about the guests. And of course, I'm not an expert in tourism, but I'm a person who likes to relax in the nature, likes to go there with the family, likes to go with the bike outside. And if we scan through the news, we see that there are coming problems with different sports people in the mountains. So there are the downhiller, and then you have the family with the kids. So there are. It seems that there is a problem, or there are several problems, and I think that this approach is what we have worked on since decades. We may also provide to other domains to solve their challenges. So I'm a big fan of this cross-domain thinking and application of methods in other domains.
Thank you. Finally, I'm Simon. As you already mentioned, I'm currently working at the Fachhochschule Salzburg, so the Salzburg University of Applied Sciences. Mainly, I do lectures and research in computer science related topics, and I'm always interested in bringing technology or knowledge from one domain in another domain, and that's why we partnered with We Strive Up, a venture which tries to enable the digital twin technology in tourism. So for the next round, first of all, the others like Alex, Zoltan, Volker, and Christian, do you want to share, and Tracy, do you want to share your idea of digital twin? Did you hear about that topic? Volker.
Yes, just have
Good to see you.
To start my video. Yes, this is not in regards to tourism, yes, but as I'm working for EOS, industrial 3D printing, you see them here behind. And digital twin is a huge topic on our side, but problem is that a lot of machines have a history of 10 to 15 years. Yes, and we work with modulated 3D printers, so getting components from third party and don't have CAD files and yes, and so the problem really is to get a complete view. Yes, and directly from the beginning, and from there saying, okay, this goes to technical communication for documents, this goes to AR, yes, to create AR experiences, and even for if you go to cloud services, our IP is getting alerted, yes, because the complete digital twin could be assessed. Yes, so these are the problems we are facing.
Cool, thank you for sharing your impressions of digital twins and the way you use it. So this is quite common use case. I sometimes try to differentiate between digital shadow and digital twin. So what we now do a lot is creating digital shadows. So these are like images of a machine, of a process or whatever, which are then provided by data, and this data is used to maybe simulate, but only in a way of showing what really happens at the moment in the real world. And this next step, adding some prediction, creates the digital twin out of the digital shadow. And now we are thinking of tourism and cities and environment. What do you think? Maybe now we start again with Andreas. What do you think, Andreas? What can digital twins provide outside this mechanical world? Which potential do you see?
Thank you very much, Simon. I want to pick up what Thomas said before about this putting the goal first. This was also an approach we had initially. So we set our goals and we worked in this direction. But the funny thing is, and this goal was what you called a digital shadow. The funny thing is, while we were working, we found out there's so much more possible once we established this digital twin. Let me give you an example. That the companies we work with, they produce heavy machinery. Like one is producing bulldozers, the other one snow groomers, which prepare the skiing slopes. So soon it came up, they want also to have a partially automated operating. So like the cars, they should drive around on their own. Like probably this machine you don't want to let drive around alone because that's too dangerous, but you want some working steps to be automated. If you want to train these methods and learn these methods with real machines, this is much too costly. And soon came up the idea they use the digital twin because you can generate more or less the same data in the simulation, in the virtual world, than you can create on the real machine. So this is a much more efficient way to do things and to train those machines. So, and we had a lot of such experiences. And as you're mentioning this crossing the border out of engineering into other topics, one quite interesting application is like the snow groomers. What the people want to know, okay, where should they remove snow and what should the puts know? So what you do is you take a surface map of the surrounding and you compare it to the measurement you do right now where the machine is. And the difference, obviously, is the height of the snow. This is data which is not just interesting to the machine and its operator. This is a data which is highly relevant, for example, for tourism. So by breaking the limits of this digital twin and go in the digital surrounding, you're somehow automatically embedded in the surrounding, in the society, in the city, wherever you are. So there you somehow create data which is highly relevant to other stakeholders. And if you think a little bit more, we have Thomas showed us his watch, and his watch is recording data all the time. And you think about modern cars of Tesla, they're also scanning a lot of data all the time. And I think it's one crucial problem where I'm not an expert, I have to say, how to make this data available to other stakeholders in a way that it's useful, but also in a way that it's secure, because not every data should be available to everybody. Some data is highly sensitive. So I think at the moment we are more at this step where we're creating the data. And the thing we have to think of, how do we use this data? How do we make it available to everybody? And which data we should not make available? And I think this is a highly interesting question.
Thank you. Yes, especially in small and medium-sized companies, the era of data collection now gets bigger and bigger. Maybe larger companies already did that some years ago, but now a lot of new business cases have been created or are being created by the use of data. Especially, I think also the Corona pandemic even strengthened that trend, because a lot of new and more digital business cases have to be created to stay in business. And privacy and security of data is always a big issue if you collect, create, and so on. So Fabian, what else can we do with digital twins in tourism or in society?
Yeah, thank you, Simon and Andreas. I think that the topic of data collection is I want to follow up to this discussion, because I make this experience with working in Germany and in Estonia, that there are very different approaches. So there's a much better accessibility to data in Estonia. They have much more experience with this topic, as they are digitally more advanced than Central European countries, and maybe even dealing differently with this topic of data privacy and data accessibility. And I also think that what Andreas said, that cars are acting as sensors nowadays. So we have these systems in cars which are kind of detecting traffic signs or kind of how to navigate. But they are also collecting urban data, for example. They are collecting a lot of data which is related to climate, related to life in cities. So they have camera systems. So it's very complex kind of sensors driving around, and there are approaches that these sensors, this data is being used. There are big car companies using kind of these topics in future urban development. So they are kind of approaching or kind of going from producing cars to producing sensors, more or less. Which can be of use for different purposes. Concerning what can we do, or what is different, for example, for urban and regional digital twins to mechanical engineering applications, is that cities are not machines, for example, or regions are not machines. So what we are trying to do both in Germany and in Estonia is to implement also socioeconomic data. It's interesting how people are using public space, for example. What about their emotions? So urban emotion is one topic. or conflicts and chances in public space. How are people using this public space? So in Germany, we are using now in Stuttgart kind of machine learning applications to learn more about how people are moving on certain spaces. So we are not recording their faces, we're not recording kind of a video. So we don't have images, but we have trajectories. So we know which group of people, which group of traffic, how they are using space, where there are conflicts, is space, how are they moving? We are comparing with different with also different social aspects like stress sensors, distance sensors, how close are people going. That's also interesting in view of the pandemic, for example. So for me, it's important to say that the digital twins, because this was also mentioned before, that they are just tools. They are tools, not solutions. So we have kind of different challenges. Solutions have to come from people, from citizens, from stakeholders, from decision makers, and we just can provide support with this digital twin. So the digital twin is not a solution, and that's also the topic. What is called a digital twin? As said, it's kind of a it becomes kind of a buzzword. It's quite used in different contexts, and I think it's kind of similar to the digital twin is the new smart city. So that's of course the danger, that it's kind of more or less becoming a buzzword.
Thank you. Yes, I think all the things you mentioned are quite important. Just to reflect shortly again on the privacy or sensor issue, maybe there have to be new kinds of sensors which are privacy aware by design, which can be used in touristic or society areas where a lot of different people move. We found out some years ago that even by how people do their steps, you can already distinguish between is this person in stress, is this person relaxed. Maybe there's a larger error than if you just ask the person or if you look into the face of the person, but still a lot of data can be transferred into information by using more clever algorithms. Thomas, you mentioned that it is really important first to ask the questions and to think of the goals someone wants to reach. So if you think of a typical European tourism area, what goals could be addressed by using digital twins?
Yeah, I think that's the question, or so it's more or less the core of it. And after the input of Andreas, I have to rethink about what's coming first. So is that first we collect the data and then we screen through the data and look for an application. So it seems to be a chicken egg problem, but that's why we are here for. So that's why we discuss it. What I think is that the beautiness of the digital twin is the uniqueness. That means that if we look at the touristic regions like Innsbruck or Salzburg, which are a lot of cultural cities, or if we look, for example, into Kitzbühel, where we have a lot of skiing sports, or somewhere else, they're all different. And that's also this beautiness of the digital twin, that also the digital twin is unique in the sense of reflecting the region where we are going about. And also what was mentioned before, this, I think Andreas mentioned it, by Tesla, so using the car as a sensor. We did the same. We equipped a mountain bike with a sensor where we measured the accelerations. And it was quite exciting to see that when you screen the acceleration, then you can distinguish different undergrounds. So you can say, are we riding now on an asphalt road, or on a road, or are we going down a trail? So and there it starts to think to say, okay, when we use, for example, a bike as a sensor in a bike resort, maybe we can then somehow get the information about the trails. Do we need some maintenance of the trails, or are there some hotspots, or I don't know, accidents spots where we have a lot of accidents, for example. We did the same with when we go skiing. So it was the combination of work and fun, so to say. We tracked the GPS position when we were skiing, and then you get a very detailed information where you are actually, what kind of section you're using of the slope. So if you think of a skier as something which is abrasive, so it's removing the snow of the slope, then we can connect this position or this spatio-temporal data with the condition of the slope, and then to really say, okay, at this point or at this section we have to, I don't know, put more snow there, or we need some kind of direction signs to distribute the skier more better, and so on. And I think that there are a lot of opportunities where we can use these tools what we have, and also I think that we also not really have to use the this private data. I think that that's really this kind of the hot topic. Everyone is making a kind of circle around of it, because it's just too too risky or what else. Maybe this is something for later when we somewhere, let's say in 10, 15 years, when Gaia X is working and we have these open data platforms where we have all the safety and security issues solved, then we can think about another aspects. For example, then we say, okay, in Kufstein, the relax index is lower than in Salzburg, so go to Kufstein if you want to relax, and go to Salzburg if you want to make a party or so on. I think that there is then we can start to be creative and think about a lot of different opportunities in this section.
Data is obviously a really important factor of a successful digital twin, and in the last couple of years, let's say in the last decade, data was always compared with gold. So European companies and European governments have the idea that this data is gold, and now we all want to share that data and use it together to have different insights or different perspectives on maybe the same thing, to create this digital shadow or twin. So what Andreas has to be done to create more openness to this gold we need for creating digital twins?
Well, I don't think it's gold, actually. I think it's more like iron ore or bitcoins. You have to mine it, and then you have to do something with the data, because just having the data doesn't help you at all. Like, from the data you can build business models, and I think this is a direction we can go. Personally, I think the data itself should be free, or should be at least accessible to many people, and then people can build their own business model out of this data. Some, like when we are working with those companies, they want to keep their data, because they see there's their iron ore or their gold, and then they want to improve their machines. They want to improve the service they can give to their customers, so they try to hoard it together. But as you mentioned, these cars that are producing data, or even those machines that generate a lot of data, which is of not direct use to the company itself. So this data, of course, in an anonymized form where you cannot pick out individuals, this should be free, and this should be for the community. Because what I often find out when I do this project is that my imagination is limited. So I have a certain mindset, and I tend to go in this direction, and I see my goals, and I see what I can achieve, and I have a certain opinion what I cannot achieve. But I would, if I would give the same data to you, Simon, or to Thomas, or to Fabian, or to anybody else here, I think they had new ideas and they could create not just a business model by becoming incredibly rich, but also to doing a fantastic service to the community. So there will always be some data which is proprietary to the one who creates the data, but there should always be a part which is for the public. And I think this adds a little bit to this open source idea. So not just open source in terms of code, but there should also be, at least if it's non-sensitive data, open source data, which we provide back to the society, because while we are developing these digital twins, we're also taking a lot from the society. It's not that we just build it up in a small chambers like hacking computers. No, we are taking a lot of knowledge and data from the society in order to build up a digital twin. So I think we should be obliged to give a little bit back.
Good, thank you. So open data is important again. I remember like 4 or 5 years ago, there was a big deal on open data in Europe, and then something happened. I don't know what, but most of the initiatives didn't really grow up. So open data is important. Thank you. Fabian, any comments on that?
Yeah, I totally agree with Andreas and you, Simon. I think it's very important to have this data accessibility, to follow open data approaches. What I think for cities and regions, also for touristic purposes, I think that citizens or in this case tourists, for example, they could also act as kind of citizen scientists to provide provide with data, to produce data, to add something to a digital twin, for example, in an urban context or regional context. So this is also something which can contribute to digital twins, digital urban twins, for example. And I think the motivation is, of course, that cities affect, or like life in space really affects everybody. And it needs kind of an equilibrium. So you have to communicate kind of information to citizens, and you get back data from them to improve processes, to include them in planning processes. That's of course a question of policies. It's a question of politics. Are decision makers willing to give things out of their hands to include the public in these processes? I think that's the future, and I think that's necessary. Yeah, there's a lot of there are a lot of chances to, if we want to reach, for example, climate goals or the Sustainable Development Goals provided by United Nations. This is not going to work out if it's just top down. So we need also these bottom up approaches, and we need kind of the people understanding what does it mean to reach these goals. How can we reduce, for example, CO2 emissions? How is our life looking like in 20 years, or maybe in half a year? Yeah. So how a change is affecting our lives, and I think that's important. So we need kind of this communication in both ways, or in all ways, and this collaboration to reach these goals. And I think that's
as digital twins can also somehow predict future. As you can model it and calculate it on one of those great supercomputers, and this can be another form of information source for us as society, and for us personally as humans, to have a look what really works when we do something. Yeah.
Exactly. I just want to add something, that this digital twin is never going to be completed in the ideal case, because the city is changing all the time. So we have kind of an evaluation tool, and to follow our decisions and to follow our measures, reaching goals, and we can still adapt. So that's kind of the idea of digital twin in the urban context, that we can react on decisions we made that might have been wrong, or might have been we get additional information all the time, and things are improving, and simulations are improving, and we can implement much more data in the future, hopefully, and so we can react on mistakes we made. Yeah.
somehow the twin is always sitting in Plato's cave and watching those shadows moving by. And by adding sensors, we add light and we add better eyes or whatever to lighten up things. But never ever we will have a complete digital twin of a really complex system. Even in engineering, this is really hard to achieve. Tourism has to change a lot. That's what people from tourism say. Other, even like gaming, other ideas have to be brought into new kind of going for holidays, or maybe there is no longer the difference between working and leisure. So maybe new ways have to be created. Thomas, do you think that that it is really separatable, like having a digital twin in a city or in an area and only for tourism? I think it cannot be separated from other things. Fabian and Andreas already mentioned.
I totally agree. I think that we are not only focusing on tourism, because we all know, as we are from touristic sites, that tourism is also affecting the people on site, so the inhabitants, so to say. If you look at cities like Venice, where we have a lot of concentration of people, and where the how should I say, the people who are living there may have really problems with their daily lives. We see it on islands like Mallorca, where we have this concentration of people. Also in the Alps, where we have this winter, everything. So I think it's not only about making it better for the guests. It's also about providing, providing quality for the people who are living actually there. And as we all know, it's the time of sustainability. So we all aware of the impact onto the nature. So we have also to take this into account. And then when we talk about sustainability, then we are at a fast pace at mobility. So we need different mobility concepts. And yeah, I think that this is quite a huge challenge and a vision, so to say, at this point, what we can do with these methods. On the other hand, I think that the tourism is very exciting, because it's a fast changing environment. So that means that you really have to be on time when you provide something. And of course, I think that we can, we as I said before, it's a kind of creative open field where we can just include as many people as we can. So to involve all these people who are living there, who to try new concepts, to connect different stakeholders in these regions. Also now we are doing this remotely, so this kind of distance working, distance learning. We cannot distance relaxing, so until now, but maybe we can combine working and relaxing somewhere. So this could also be new challenges, new opportunities, and it's exciting. I think everything is there, the ingredients are ready to use. So now we are the cooks, and we have to make new recipes to make really cool dishes.
As time is now running up for our panel, Alex opens his camera already. Thanks a lot. Is there space left for one sentence by each of us? Yes, perfect. So Thomas, this time you start. We do it the other way around. What can be done by using gaming and digital twins to improve touristic business cases?
Paul, thank you, Simon. That's wow. That's the best question for the end. I think in the center there is the human, and it's about this balance in life, and we need new approaches that we can relax from work, that we can fill up our energy stuff and so on, but this has to be done in a sustainable and environment-friendly way, and I think that the digital twin provides us methods to help to achieve this goal. Ooh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thanks a lot. Fabian.
Yeah, I try to keep it short. It's well, I think concerning gaming, I think people like games, and that you can catch people and these topics, these serious topics, with gaming approaches and with kind of visualization in virtual environments. Yeah, that's I think kind of the bridge.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Fabian, for your time. Andreas.
Okay, I try to keep it very short. For me, a digital twin is always about efficiency. No matter if you coming from the tourism side or from the engineering side, it's a way to improve your efficiency. You try to do things more efficient. And I think this is one of these prime examples where we can learn from gaming, because actually those games were the first digital twins in some way. And now we are in engineering trying to learn from them. So I think this is an incredibly interesting interaction there. Like maybe we can get much more efficient, not just in our professional lives, also in our spare time. I think that we can learn a lot from them.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you for your time. So I found out that if someone now is interested in working together with all of us in connecting gaming and digital twins, feel free to contact us. Thanks, Alex, for having us. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys. And indeed, it was something different, a fresh thing to think about. But right now we have to move on. I'm going to welcome Tiago to kickstart his presentation on AI translations. Now that, again, is something pretty new. I mean, even if it's on the market for a time now, I'm really sure that not many of us are using AI translation services, and not all of us know exactly how this works. So, Tiago, hoping you will shed some light on this. Good luck.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you very much. Actually, you said it's pretty new. It's quite old. I would say it's like almost or about 70 years old.
Oh,
AI
wow.
translation. Yes, it is. It is. Or let's say the first experiment in sort of automated translations was done in the 50s. But I'll check that. I'll speak about that a little bit as well. So thank you very much, Alex, for introducing me. My name is Tiago. I'm the CEO at All In Global. And today I will hopefully shed some light, like Alex said, in how can AI translations make your company stay ahead of the game. This is a keynote presentation. However, if you feel that you would like to ask any questions or even participate in the presentation, feel free. Just ping Zoltan or Alex, and they will let you in. So please, Alex and Zoltan, if anyone wants to participate, as usual, they obviously can. I'll jump into to the presentation that I've prepared. Okay, thank you, Alex. I'll jump into the presentation that I have prepared for this, which you will just confirm that you are all seeing my screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So the question is, would you want to stay ahead of the game, and how AI translations can help you or will help you? And, all over the world, leading companies are actually already using AI translations for a number of years. I can name a few, and I want to emphasize that, these are not our clients. And I'll speak a bit further about this later on. But these are companies you might be familiar with, right? I mean, everyone heard about Netflix, Airbnb, Booking.com, or Uber. And if, for example, on Netflix, you've seen the latest episode of Snowpiercer, which reminds me of our own Engine Eternal, that I'll have a chance to speak about later on. Those subtitles, for example, were probably used some sort of AI. also when it comes to the translation of all the menus you see in all the languages they have available, that those have used AI. Like if you think about Airbnb and Booking.com, or even Uber, when the the COVID crisis hit the world and they had to, a sheer amount of information to translate in so many languages for so many markets, and they had to do it really, really fast. That's a very big advantage of AI translations, which is the quicker time it takes for the content to be deployed. And then we have high quality at lower cost, and I'll be speaking about all of these in detail later on. And then you can also scale up your business in a much more affordable way. So these are, to sum up, three main reasons why these leading companies are using AI translations. But Alex, you said that it was pretty new, and I told you it's about 70 years old, because in 1954, there was this Georgetown IBM experiment where they have tried for the first time to translate some Russian sentences into English. There were about 60 Russian sentences translated into English, and it was even Russian Romanized alphabet. It was not even the Russian alphabet itself. Back then, they could only implement 6 grammatical rules and about 250 lexical terms with very simple words or a very simple groups of words. And this experiment was done with some content that was about organic chemistry. It was carried out in an IBM 701 computer, and the sentences had to be punched onto cards. So it was really like 50s technology, but it was like the first attempt when it comes to automated translations. But this was just the beginning, and then technology started evolving almost like or at the same pace as the industrial revolutions. You have the 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0 that we actually talked about in our panel yesterday. And if you go over time, you then have the rule-based machine translation, which was pretty much some direct translations through bilingual dictionaries with very little detail when it comes to analyzing the structure of the syntax of the sentences. And then we had some example-based MT, which took more into account the morphology, the syntax, and semantics of the text. And then this moved on into statistical MT, which is kind of a paradigm where translations are generated based on statistical models. The parameters are derived from analysis of bilingual text bodies, and it would only translate a few words at a time. And nowadays, and from 2015, we've started developing something which intends to mime the human brain, and that's the neural MT, neural machine translation. And this is with the introduction of artificial intelligence and the creation of artificial neural networks that allow the system to predict the likelihood of a sentence of words. And it requires a fraction of memory when it compares to the statistical machine translation. So this is just to give you an overview of how this industry has evolved over time, and actually how old it is, the machine translation or the AI translations. I see that there's some chat going on. Okay, so I'll have a look at it a bit later. Now, when it comes to the volumes that we are currently producing, it's just a sheer volume of content. Like by the year of 2022, so next year, the volume of digital content is expected to reach 94 zettabytes. And a zettabyte, for you to have an idea, is about 1 trillion gigabytes. So if you look at the future, the demand for some sort of heavy lifting work when it comes to translating all this content globally is on the rise. So the importance of developing AI translation engines that are specific is really important these days because the content is growing at a very, very fast rate. So having said this, and I spoke a little bit about, machine translation, AI, and I know that you would immediately associate it with public domain translation engines. And I'm talking about Google, for example. And should you just start using a public domain translation engine right now? Because it's, everything is so fantastic. And maybe if you're translating something personal, you go to a restaurant and you need to use Google Lens, for example, to translate the menu, or you want to translate something quick and dirty to understand what it is. Yes, it's a free tool. It's of decent quality for a personal use. But if you are translating something which is sensitive, if you're translating, your new game, for example, that you've been developing for a number of years, if you're translating your new website, if you're translating anything that is data sensitive, then I would strongly advise you not to use a public domain engine. And keep in mind that, for example, Google is one of the largest data mining companies in the world. So we always have to question what happens to the data that we feed public domain translation tools. And if you want to have, put this in a broader perspective, what happens to any data we feed to Google or when we research something, even with voice nowadays. I mean, Google and other search engines will use this data to target adverts to you, and they will use this data to provide you a series of services. So it is very important to keep in mind that if you would like to translate data that is sensitive, it's really important not to feed public translation engines with it. They will be building their translation engines, their translation memories with your data. So your data is kind of their property right now. From the moment you start feeding it to them, it becomes their property. It's part of their terms and conditions. So what should you consider when you are using AI for translations? It is very important that the AI translation engine that you are using, either through a partner or if you have developed your engines, if you're using an agency, is that engine has to be developed with and trained with the subject matter in mind. So when we are building a translation engine, we will feed the engine with the terminology we want the engine to learn, with the, for example, for our clients, if they have an existing translation memory, from previous projects they've been translating with us, we will feed their engines, their own engines, with their own translation memory, meaning that this engine is going to be fully built around that subject. It is going to be an excellent and expert engine when translating very particular terms. It will be trained to translate those terms in a certain way that makes sense for that industry. And then the second one, and this I have to highlight it, it's the human linguist that will post-edit the AI output. It doesn't matter if you're working with the most advanced AI tool in the world, if you have developed your own engines around your subject matter. In our perspective, it is extremely important to have a human linguist post-editing the AI translation work. If you want to look at it this way, the AI is doing the heavy lifting and translating everything into that target language, and the human linguist will go through it and make sure that everything is correct, and that it makes perfect sense, that is localized properly, and so on. And then secure and confidential. This is another thing I've touched before, but it's really important. It needs to be private developed. It needs to be part of a secure network. And then text creativity, time, and budget. So using an AI translation engine might not be for all types of texts. It surely is very, very good for time sensitive. It surely is excellent for whoever is on a tight budget or wants to spread their wings faster by reducing the cost of every language. But you have to take into account as well text creativity. If you are localizing a marketing campaign for the market, your new brand, the traditional human translation is still advisable. And actually, we have a tool on our website that you can discover if your text is actually suitable for AI or for human translation. From the beginning, you can use it. It's a free tool. You just insert your data, and then it will tell you if your content is more suitable for one or the other. So expertise is key to succeed using AI translations. And make sure that you work with a partner that is an expert in your field. Subject matter expertise in both human translations and translation engines is key for a successful translation process and a quality output. The only way, or one of the only ways, to avoid translation fails is to guarantee that subject matter experts are involved in the process and that your engines are developed and trained around it. And again, I cannot stress this enough, the human element is vital. This is the perfect blend between the human element, the expert translator, and the perfectly developed AI translation engine will ensure top quality output. Also, apart from the translator, there is also another human element that we take into account, and you should also take into account, which is the quality assurance test. Every single translation goes through a QA process in the end. And this QA process is extremely important to ensure that it tests the text for linguistic accuracy, like the context, the terminology, dates, currency formats, and so on. There's also a layout testing going on, a functional testing, like if all the links are working, how is the behavior of the text, and so on. So the human element is vital for two things, for post-editing, the AI, and also for the final QA assessment. And now I would like to talk a little bit as well about the connectivity. API integration, CMS connectors, FTP folders, content connectors, all of these, plus the human-powered AI translations, form a really, really strong way of empowering your business to have a much faster go-to-market approach. By using this connectivity, you can achieve maximum efficiency and savings by integrating your translation system with your content management systems, your apps, your platforms, your games, etc., etc. So with this formula, you can boost the benefits and reduce implementation costs. I mean, for those of you that are listening to us and are part of this presentation, if you have managed the translation process before, and if you have used, for example, an Excel file, which we still do, and that's fine, but if you have used that, you know how challenging it is at times. If you have, for example, 20 languages to translate, and you have each column but one language, each row one piece of text, one segment of text, and then you have color codes all around, and then you have to somehow make sense of all of it and transfer that content into the website, into your game, into your platform. And that's just a bit, first of all, time consuming and error prompt. So what we suggest, apart from still managing processes like that, what we suggest is obviously if you use JSON files, HTML, whatever files you use that can make your life easier, that's the obvious solution. But then going a bit further, you could integrate through API, you can have a CMS connection. For example, if you have a WordPress website, you don't need to implement anything afterward. You just install the translation plugin on your WordPress website. Everything is fed to the content management system, to the translation management system, and then fed back to your CMS and implemented automatically. It really is wonderful, and it will surely reduce your cost of implementation. And obviously, by using human-powered AI translations, your overall cost and guarantee good quality. So this is the 40-40 formula, and this is just a quick comparison between a normal human translation service, which we provide also for those texts that we recommend that are more creative versus a AI translation plus human post-editing workflow. So this is for you to understand a bit of the difference between one and the other. This is an example of a 50,000 word project where, for example, it would take around 50 days with one translator and one reviser. It would take around 22 days with AI, one post editor, and quality assurance. There's also the indirect speed, which is the indirect implementation speed that you gain if you opt to have any plugin features like the API that I mentioned before. So now that I gave you a little bit of an overview of what this is all about and the main things you should focus when deciding to go for AI translations, I would like to talk about a little bit about the first translation engine calibrated for gaming, sports, and the fintech industries. And for that, I'm going to show you a 1-minute video, which is a very cool video, I think. I'm gonna play it right now. But first, I need to share the sound video. So let me just share my sound with you. Can you hear the sound of the video? Can anyone confirm?
We see the video, but no sound for now.
Okay, I'm gonna share it with you. I'm gonna share. And now you will be here. You'll be able to do so. Here we go.
Here are 6 things you should know about the new AI translation service of All In Global. It's the first translation engine dedicated to iGaming, sports betting, and esports. It allows for greater cost efficiency. It speeds up deliveries in more than 20 languages. It includes post-editing from world-class human translators. It's ideal for high-volume projects, in-game, and platform content. It can be combined with API integration and other connectivity features for easy localization management. Plug into the revolution of iGaming localization now.
So this gives you a bit of an overview of our own translation engine and how niche it is and how it was developed for niche markets. Like I said, subject matter expertise is incredibly important when you're developing a translation engine. So we've been busy revolutionizing iGaming localization. We have developed our specialized AI translation engines in 20 languages so far. I must say as well that we provide our services in around 80 languages with human translation. So we can have an hybrid model, for example, when it comes to your language needs, let's say. And we have trained those engines with 13 years of subject matter expertise. These are 13 years of gaming knowledge, of esports, not as many years, and sports and fintech, all fed into these engines for them to be trained and to understand exactly the terminology we want them to understand. And then also training human resources to do a post-editing job and a quality assurance job that is of excellent quality. We've also invested highly in the past 2 years when it comes to integrating the machine, the AI engine with CAD tools and with the connectivity features such as API and CMS integrations. When it comes to this is extremely important as well when you are thinking about AI translations. Dynamic learning is an extremely important step, and I cannot emphasize this enough, because if you opt to have an engine that doesn't learn dynamically, then you end up having invested in something that cannot get better along the way. And it makes it perfect with more content you feed it with the more you translate, it makes the engine more perfectly suited to your needs. It is also important that it processes tags, because most of your text would be for example, websites or anything you need to have tags with. So it does tag processing and also glossary integration. For example, you might have an existing glossary from your previous translations, and you can integrate it with the engine, which is amazing to ensure consistency with your future translations. You might also have translation memories, for example, if you are used to a specific CAT tool. You can also, by integrating it with the CAT tool, you can also feed those translation memories to feed and to train your own engines. Now, security is also and should be also your main concern. We talked about public domain versus private. This is something we take into consideration from day one. We want our engines to be the best, the most secure out there, and we work with partners in order to ensure that this is true, and that all the data we feed to the engine is secured, and that there's no data leaks. So what about human translators? I told you about that, the human element is vital. And when you think about AI, you might think about, the quality of an AI translation. And we always suggest an hybrid model where AI technology boosts the human translator's work. So the way we think about AI and the way we are implementing AI into this revolution of iGaming localization is of a translation aid to the process, meaning that it speeds it up and it makes it more cost efficient. We don't eliminate the human element from our processes, and we honestly think that it doesn't really matter which engines you use. We think that eliminating the human element will only cause harm to your translation. So avoid raw AI translation technology at all costs. It can produce good quality, but if you're localizing to specific markets, you want it to sound local. You want, for example, if you have a joke, right? I mean, an engine might miss that joke and will make a literal translation of that joke into the target language. A human will post-edit that work and make sure that everything is localized. So for the human translator, the AI will eliminate repetitive tasks, but it maintains the human as the key part of the AI solution. It opens path for optimal localization workflows. They bring solid expertise in subject matter. This is also extremely important. We have translators that work with us for 13 years. They are expert in their fields, be it the casino game, be it the sport, or anything else. They bring that expertise to the workflow. They also understand polysemy, synonymy, intended emotions, humor, and common sense. So this is also very, very important. Let me see if there is anything on the chat, because there's just got some, okay, it was just someone saying hi. So talking about specific workflows, and for you to understand how this actually works in practical terms. So your content, for example, in-game or platform or high volumes, if you have like terms and conditions, high volume text, you can plug it in with our translation management system through API and connectors. Then our AI translation engine will translate it into around 20 languages. We can still do over 80. Then there's the human element, the human post-editing. Native expert translators will go through the translated text, will post-edit it. And then we have a final quality assurance performed by our in-house QA team using advanced software as well as language skills. And then you have your translated content that can be delivered directly to your website, directly to your platform, or just through a simple JSON, HTML, Excel file, Word document, whatever format you use, we can also accept it. We are ISO certified when it comes to ISO 9001, ISO 17100 for human translations, And we are currently ongoing an ISO 18587 for AI post-editing workflow. So this is something, AI is something we've been working on for over a year now, and it is now time to get ISO certified so that we ensure that our processes follow all the guidelines and that we are, the right partner to choose. Final notes on AI translations, main advantages, and I'm about to finish. Alex, just give me 1 more minute. Integration with your CMS, 40% faster, 40% more cost effective, QA check for consistency, and human hybrid workflow. This is pretty much what we covered today. And as promised in the beginning, I'm just going to show you something about the Snowpiercer. For those of you that follow the series, this will make some sense. We did a bit of we used the Snowpiercer to produce this video and to produce our own engine Eternal. So this takes 2 more minutes and then I'm done. Thank you.
First, the quality changed. Machine translation had existed for 1,000 years, but people never stopped mocking the linguistic inaccuracy. Then the artificial neural network was developed. With its colossal ability to predict the likelihood of a sequence of words, the intelligence of machine translation accelerated rapidly. A revolution of turnaround time and cost efficiency had begun. After quietly grinding in the shadows, feeding their engines with more than a decade's language data, it was an industry pioneer who became the first company to present an artificially intelligent translation service calibrated specifically for the gaming sectors. All In Global had been working almost exclusively with casino, sports betting, and esports content, so it was easy for their engines to fine-tune. Their world-class human translators could concentrate on editing and localization. And with smart solutions for multilingual content management, clients could simply plug in with All In to go global. AI translation engines were skillfully developed for one language after another, giving easy access to new markets, far and near. So for operators, game developers, affiliates, platform providers, and esports organizations who want their content to stay ahead of the game, the mixture of AI speed and human gaming expertise makes up a language solution you can bet on.
So are you ahead of the game? And this is my final question. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. And I know we've exceeded our time limit by 3 minutes, but if there's any questions, I can answer. If anyone would like to jump.
I haven't seen anything on either on YouTube or this chat.
Okay.
But it was a nice presentation, and it really answered some of the questions. And I'm really sure that if anyone has other questions about your products or so, they can go ahead and contact you. Thank you very much, Tiago. Right now, I'm going to introduce our co-founder, Zoltan, who is here to moderate the EdTech panel. So let's kick it off. Welcome everybody, and thank you again, Tiago.
You're welcome. Thank you. Hi, Zoltan, and good luck for the next panel. Thank you.
Hi, Tiago. I want to congratulate you online now for this, because I know you guys for almost 8 years now, and we have been working together at our conferences, even at our upcoming conference in Latin America. So I want to congratulate you for this artificial intelligence project, and say hello to Roy from our side as well.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
So we are ready to kickstart the EdTech panel. I have some bright minds of the EdTech industry here under the form of Anne-Charlotte Moneret. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you very much.
Hi, nice to see you. I also have David Syme.
Hi there. That's right. Well done.
Mateusz Rybinski.
Hi.
Hi, Mateusz. And Robin Delange. I think he's here, but I think he's on a call. Yeah. Hi, Robin. Okay. We are missing one of our panelists, Yang Chen, but nevertheless, I would like to already kickstart this discussion. Most of you are probably familiar with the term EdTech, education technology, which is the practice of introducing IT tools into the classroom to create a more engaging, inclusive, and individualized learning experience, something which has come in handy during the pandemic. We can tell you guys about a case study about, we hosted our first EdTech panel discussion last June, right in the first months of the pandemic, with the Nordic EdTech community. And believe it or not, some of the classrooms were not ready and teachers were still doing classes on WhatsApp or Zoom. So before we start the panel discussion, I would like each and every one of you to give a short introduction about yourself, maybe a bit of background about your company. And as a surprise question, what is EdTech for you personally? Okay, so I would start with the lady in the panel, Anne-Charlotte. You can go ahead and start.
Yes. Hi, everyone. So I'm French. I'm Anne-Charlotte Monneray. I'm leading the EdTech France community, which is a network of more than 350 EdTech companies. Before that, I used to work in the tech industry, obviously, and I also was a teacher. So I have both sides of the world inside me. And for me, EdTech is really the fact of using technology to better learn, but also to better teach. So to put the technology at the service of the education.
Okay, thank you. Well put. Okay, so let's continue with David then.
Hi there. I have been in the field of information and communication technology for 22 years. I've moved through text, through to video, through to virtual and augmented reality. I'm also a qualified lecturer and lecture regularly for the Modern Apprenticeship Scheme, Chartered Institute of Marketing and Google. I work with universities, colleges and schools all around the UK and all around the world to create technology, particularly virtual reality education technology that works for their teachers as well as their students. I would define education technology as any use of technology which augments and adds to the ability for people to learn and the ability for teachers to teach.
Well put, well put. Okay, so Mateusz.
Hi, so I'm in education EdTech for over 6 years. I started my journey with opening the programming school for kids in Indonesia, Coding Next. So we are currently one of the biggest one in Southeast Asia for sure. Then I had a chance to grow also the Polish startup Skriware from 0 to 31 countries. And I'm back to Indonesia most of my time, but I'm also leading the EdTech Poland community. So EdTech France, we are also a partner in European EdTech Alliance. And coming back to the question, what is EdTech for me? So if you think about it, schools haven't changed for over 40 years, not too much, when the technology is going very fast and it's changing all the time. So for me, EdTech and this new wave is a possibility to actually change something, and I think that the change is needed. So this is EdTech for me, the possibility to change it.
Thank you. Well put. Robin, last but not least.
Classic mute. Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Robin de Lange. I'm the founder of the VR Learning Lab, and I still teach at Leiden University. I do an honors class creating virtual and augmented reality together with students. And my research has always been focused on how to use these technologies for learning and solving problems in new ways. And from the VR Learning Lab, we help educational institutions who want to use this technology, and we help them to get started and to see whether they want to develop something of their own or implement the technology in their curriculum. And we also teach a lot of students from 10-year-olds to the 25-year-olds, how to create your own 3D worlds. And I think that's a great way to experiment with the technology as in any sort of school or university. And what's EdTech to me? I think I've already heard some wonderful answers. And what I find really interesting in EdTech is that it's scalable and you can reach a lot of people with simple ideas. And and so you can think a lot harder about how you want to explain something very clearly and then scale it quite at a large scale. That's what interests me most, I guess.
Yeah, greatly put. I have to tell you guys, I hated high school. So I was a rebel. So if EdTech were trending in the early 2000s, I must have probably been a better student. But the biggest the biggest achievements that we had during our IT classes was hacking the main network to open the CD player of the professor. So that was our time spent on EdTech. So I will jump right into the questions before I divulge more about my shady past. So let's start again with Anne. Anne, could you share a short overview of what you guys are doing at EdTech France? And afterwards, Mateusz, you can also share what you are doing at EdTech Poland, and maybe give some insights about the markets in which you are in terms of the EdTech market.
Yes, my pleasure. So we have been created in May 2018, so not that much long time ago. And now we are gathering more than 350 companies, as I told you. So the growth was super fast. And we are working with companies that are on the K-12 segment of markets, on the higher ed, and on the lifelong learning part of the market. So all of these companies mixed together in order to share best practices, to make things move forward with private investors, but also with the French government. And also we have a network of partners that are higher ed institutions, big corporate companies, public institutions. And EdTech France is trying to improve the links and the relationships between the startups and all this network of institutions that wants to work with EdTech. And if I did dive into the French market, which is pretty complex, we have a lot of super small companies. 65% of them, they are less than 5 years old. So it's a young market and a fragmented market. So the goal is to strengthen all of that, but it's a super dynamic ecosystem with a lot of potential going international, with the French-speaking country, mainly in Canada and Africa. And if I focus on the COVID impact, I would tell you that it has been very positive for 50% of the companies and very negative for the other part. It really depended if the EdTech solution had to be used in the classroom, because all the classrooms were closed. So for some of our companies, it was very hard. So you know a bit of what's happening in France, and I'm very curious to hear about Poland, because it's a very interesting job to have the chance to lead this kind of network.
Hey, Mateusz.
Yeah, so we established EdTech Poland based on the fact that when I was engaged in Skriware, we travel a lot around the world, and we met the Polish startups in the same events, and we usually go to the same customers, to the same partners. So that was something we noticed, and we started like unofficially cooperate. But then we realized that it would be very useful to actually have some representation. So I started this, and then we several companies joined. And we try to help to promote like education in technology in education overall. We help Polish startups to grow, to go to the Polish market and the foreign market. We also help other companies from different countries to actually learn about the Polish market. So that's why we have this kind of cooperations like with EdTech France, for example. And of course, like having the EdTech startup, especially if you are focused on the K-12 education, is in Europe is really difficult, and it takes time to grow. So we try to like help a bit with this. And the situation in Poland, the Polish market is quite interesting because it's not that small country, and still we have a lot of schools. And it's driven by the European Union funds. If we think about the formal institutional education, and we still receive a lot of funds, and there will be this new development plan for the next year. So I think it's interesting market, but of course, if you want to join, if you want to like enter this market, you should know a lot of people on site, and it's like everywhere, and also localize the product.
Okay, thank you. So you guys have to know that you have a new partner here at Hofstadter to promote you. And EdTech is relatively a new market, right? How old is it? Maybe somebody could.
Like 3 or 4 years ago, I didn't even know this acronym.
So it's a new segment.
I think the term is new, but the fact of using technology to better learn, it's very old. Like old universities, they always did that. And I think it's new that the pedagogical part is always a component of it. Before, we use technology maybe without the ed part or not as much, but it's an old thing.
I would agree with Anne-Charlotte. EdTech technically started with the invention of the printing press because it was something which more broadly disseminated information to a large number of people and gave rise to the term book learners, which was in Canterbury Tales by Chaucer. You know, it's been around for a long time.
And then, of course, always with the same backlash, right? Because learning from books is horrible. You want to read, you want to learn orally, and we want people to remember everything word by word. So every new EdTech is confronted with skepsis, I guess, and dates even printing press or even before. Yeah,
that's a good point, Robin. Because in Canterbury Tales, a book learner was an insulting term for university students, and people wanted to learn through mentorship and through practical skills, which is weird because we've gone full circle with the likes of virtual reality education. We are getting back to this kind of more practical learning. It's just that you don't have to be in the same physical place.
Yeah, but it's a hype now due to the pandemic. It somehow got pushed. The technology got pushed, the term got pushed even by media, mainstream media. So I'm going to circle back to Anne now in regards to this push that the EdTech industry received recently. What is the impact on French universities and high schools? Were there some challenges maybe you guys faced in the past year? Because I know that you faced some, that's definite.
We faced a lot, actually, like really a lot. And I think the lesson is that we were not ready, but we can stress on the very quick and flexible reaction coming from French university. If I focus on the higher ed part, they were super high reactive. They emailed everyone, they phoned every student, they rent computers, they gave phones to students that had nothing. So honestly, like they were very reactive, but the main challenge was the volume of students. The biggest French university, they have 80,000 of students. All of these people connecting at the same moment on the system. So we had multiple cracks on French high schools and also in university. So that was also a lesson to have a strong French EdTech tools, and for that we need to invest more in the young startups in order to have them big companies that are able to provide these kind of services. And also, if I focus on the mentality, I think there is a long-lasting change. Most of the teachers in France now, they see EdTech like a new tool, a new support to teach. And it's not only doing like a Zoom class. So everyone knows that it requires pedagogy, gamification, a lot of work before the class. And so I think that is the nice consequences of all of that. And also, we all understood that it will last because it also allows universities to reduce social inequalities and geographical inequalities too. Because in France, we have a lot of universities and schools in the big cities, but then you have nothing. So I think it will also change that. A university can teach to students everywhere in France, like in high schools too. So we call that hybridation. I don't know if it works in English, but yeah, I think everyone realized this.
Okay, yeah, I think we have the same situation here in Eastern Europe with the big cities and the concentration. But this raises a question for me when it comes to gamification. I would like to ask Robin and David maybe also, because you are the VR, AR guys here in this panel. So before I ask Mateus about the situation in Poland, I would like to ask you guys about how challenging is it for students to create their own virtual reality, augmented reality experiences that can be meaningful form of using these technologies in education? So Robin or David, which one of you would like to go first?
Shall I go first? Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we actually do quite a lot, because we so we help a lot of schools. So a few years back, when I was more involved in research, and then the first schools came, this virtual reality thing is getting really exciting. What can we do with this? Are there apps we can already use, and how do we implement it in schools? And things have become easier, but still, at least 5 years ago, it was hard, right? You had to buy an Oculus Rift DK2 and everything had to work, and then the software wouldn't completely match your curriculum. But one thing that came out of the
hardware
process,
you also need powerful hardware.
Yeah, exactly. You need powerful hardware, at least back then. And one thing that often came out of it, that you can also challenge students to create something themselves and learn a lot through that design process. And that's what we helped a lot of organizations, schools with, to implement it in their lessons. And we have a pool of teachers who give those kinds of lessons to 10-year-olds as well. And so much has happened there in the field of creating things. Of course, Unity and Unreal give the best results, but you have all these other web-based tools. So we're a big fan of CoSpaces, something like CoSpaces, but you have all these ThingLink and 360 Tour editors, and you have the more multiplayer Mozilla hubs or spatial platforms where you can just create things, and that's interesting to build digital skills, but you can also link it to other learning goals, I think, for students.
Okay.
I would agree with all of that. We set out a couple of years ago, and particularly just before the pandemic hit, to try to remove the digital divide between those who had expensive virtual reality headsets, technical knowledge, powerful PCs, all this kind of thing, and really good internet access as well. Actually, that's a real problem in Scotland is broadband access. So we looked at all of the different virtual reality platforms that there were out there, Engage and Glue and Altspace and this kind of things. And there were none of them really fully suitable for what we needed, because we needed it to be super easy to use, no downloads required, because that will block most firewalls and most schools and so forth, and accessible on any device, headset, computer, tablet, phone so that anybody can access it. And we ended up opting for Mozilla Hubs because Mozilla Hubs is free. You can adapt it with little or no training, or we could create environments that allows that training. The students as well as the lecturers can pick it up, play with it, bring in objects from Sketchfab, which is a bit like YouTube for 3D objects, so you can just pull them in. And just really, really easy to use, really accessible. And then we started working with lecturers and people who were really technically challenged, to be honest with you, people who were scared of the technology, deliberately. We focused on them and said, right, we're going to make this work for you. And as soon as they started to get au fait with it, familiar with it, and start to use technological terms, we're like, right, you're out. We're going to get somebody new who's uncomfortable again, so that we can make sure that it worked for everybody. Of course, with younger students, your K-12s and so forth, they tend to be a lot more comfortable with these new experiences, these new environments. They pick up really quickly. Our challenge was your 65-year-old nearing retirement teacher. Because they are your challenge. If you can get it to work for them, it'll work for everybody. So it's getting a lot better, but like Robin says, it's still a little challenging for some people.
Oh yeah, it must be, and I think it will be challenging for the next 5 years or so. Mateus, we heard then about their challenges in France. Is it similar in Poland?
Yeah, I think it's similar everywhere. I think it was the most difficult year for teachers, for students, for parents, for ministries, for everybody, because as Anne said, nobody was prepared for it. We were definitely not ready. But the good point of it is that teachers had to get familiar with computers, with the technology, and also the world, the investors and the public opinion even started noticing that technology can be useful for education. So I think it can be a very good push for changes, for innovation, but it definitely depends what's going to happen when, like, we will. I think it's like something we cannot come back to the same situation we had before pandemic. So I think that the education finally will have some bigger changes than just adding additional tool or something like that. I think the whole system should be rethink.
Yeah, like I told you earlier, when I hated school, I would have loved having more technology and access to it, and definitely Generation Z is going to love this. And I know that Robin and David are already in the future with the virtual reality, but is this the situation on the ground?
Maybe I can add something because definitely we can have a lot of tools and solutions, but if teachers are not able to implement it, then nothing can change. And then that was the situation before the pandemic. So that was the most difficult part. And that's why I started from the part that teachers had to, get familiar with technology. This is the most important.
Yeah, teachers and parents, because they have to. And how does this work? How does educating a teacher look like? It's a tough question.
I have a feeling on that one, and I think my personal opinion is that the onus shouldn't be on the teacher to learn the technology. The onus should be on the technology developers like ourselves to make technology fit with the requirements of the teacher. Being a teacher is hard. It takes a lot of time. It's more than a full-time job. The last thing they need is to have to learn yet another new system. They've got their work cut out for them anyway. We're in a position from a centralized source to work with them to make sure it works for them, and then everyone's happy. And also to keep moving, to keep getting feedback, to not just go, oh, it's ready, it's fine. Because the requirements and the challenges for one country are going to be different for the requirements for a different person, a different country, or even a different classroom situation, special needs, modern apprenticeships. These are very different from university higher education, first world economies. I mean, we were trying to work out a solution to educate 500,000 primary school students in Botswana. That is a totally different set of challenges than
internet access.
So that's my feeling on it.
Yeah, and I agree, and that's why it's super important to help meet at a very early stage startups and teachers in order to have like a final product that really meets the needs of teachers. And that's why EdTech France and all over EdTech organizations are very important. But I think also it should be like a public policy coming from a country government to help startups to access public schools in order to test their product on real teachers and real students. Because today in France, it's really hard for young startups to go into a classroom and to test its product with teachers. So I think it's also depending on the will of the government, and this aspect should really evolve in order to have better EdTech products tomorrow.
But it's hard. At least I know best how things work in the Netherlands, and it's hard as an EdTech company. We're not really an EdTech company because we don't create the technology. Actually, we help organizations use the technology. But as an EdTech company, when you look at the budget of a high school or a university, such a large percentage goes directly to the teachers, which is probably pretty valuable. But then you have a learning material budget of like 4% per year or something. And okay, that was okay when you had to buy books for that. But if you have to create complete virtual reality application, if you have to build VR applications which mimic the real world situation and can fill a lesson for 90%, then it's getting really tight, right? So it in a way sometimes you start competing with teachers, at least on the budget.
You always hit the problem of politics.
I'm not sure whether that's on a policy scale. At least those are choices almost every school makes, that the teachers are.
No, I mean politics. I mean politics for the budgets.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So just in politics in school. Yeah. So we're getting to a point where sometimes you have learning material that's that valuable that can actually sort of replace parts of the work teachers are doing, but that's always so. Then it's not really supporting teachers, but doing a part of their job for them. But that's at least there's a lot of that's a tough discussion to get into, because
I think, Robin, conference that comes back to Anne's statement, where it's really required support, centralized support from the government level, because the schools, as you say, are very challenged in terms of budgets in most countries, and particularly for some of these first world economies, whereas the governments themselves have got sort of longer term strategic, goals and aims. For instance, dealing with the likes of Nigeria and that kind of thing, they've got agendas that they want to make sure that people in country are trained up for specific skills, even if it's external global giants that are bringing in infrastructure projects. They want their local people to be the ones actually doing the work, which makes total sense, and they will invest in that because they will very quickly see a return on investment. Now, again, I believe that if we try to take the challenge away from the individual schools and take it up the line to the political leadership, then you're more likely to get the budgets that you require if you can make a financial long-term case for it. It's tricky, and actually what you're doing with the EdTech Europe things in France, and is brilliant, because I've been spoiled. I've got the support of a very well-connected guy called Peter Waggett in Scotland, who just knows everybody in education and just keeps introducing me to people. But most EdTech companies don't have that luxury, and I think you're absolutely right. Having that support from a centralized organization is invaluable.
Yeah, and to focus on what you said, Robin, about the impact on the teachers' actions in the classroom. I think on the other side, it's a chance for a teacher to have the less interesting part of its job to maybe automatize thanks to technology, for example, maybe grading or I don't know. I think it can also help to reshape the role of a teacher and to create a job where it's a job for tomorrow. Because I mean, everybody's job is changing today. I don't see why the teacher position will not change in the next 5 years. And I think the technology are a very great chance to improve the view that we can have on teachers, because I know in France, the teacher position, and I used to be a teacher for a long time, we don't see it as a sexy job. It's not sexy anymore to be a teacher. And I think if we use technology to make the position sexier, maybe a lot of young students, they will decide to become a teacher, and instead of going, I don't know, in the tech or in the finance or in other industries. So I think EdTech can also be used to give a nice polish to the teacher position.
Mateus, wanted to add something to this?
Yeah, so the teacher's workload is very high, and then actually, if you talk to authorities, a lot of them, if you ask them what kind of solution they would like to see, they say, if you can reduce teachers' workload, that could be very interesting for both like public schools, because they're usually very, like the workload is very high, but also private schools, which of course pay quite a big money to teachers. And I think it's worth to mention also the initiative like EdTech Finland, for example, does, where they have the program of co-creation products between startups and teachers or some municipalities. So you actually can create the product, get feedback, and it's structured with the teachers. I think it's a very great idea. I hope we can implement something like this in Poland as well. But definitely, or you can also get the certification and some like really deep feedback from them. So definitely, if you plan to start some EdTech product, the contact to EdTech Finland could be very useful for you.
Yeah, and I was just thinking that when every lockdown started and we, as a media company and events organizer, had to switch to online conferences, it took quite a while. And it also took investment, which was also in the Zoom account, let's just say that. How did this happen in terms of what was the case in terms of the teachers? Because at first every teacher switched to Zoom. So you have to pay, of course, an upgrade on your account. Who paid that one? The school, or did the teacher do it? Because I know it's a strange question to have, but I'm just curious about this. Do you know anything maybe about who paid those Zoom accounts?
Yeah, so I think it was the best year, at least in Poland, what I know, for Microsoft for Education, because they gave like a free plan for schools, and then they reached the target very quickly for the whole year in first day. So that was very interesting, and I think, and this is the general problem, because a lot of EdTech companies, they started offering free version of the products, and we are about the moment where they try to monetize it. And
yeah, the demo version is over, so yeah.
Yeah, and this will be very interesting if they are, and how many of them will be able to get finally something back from it.
Can I ask a question to the rest?
Of course.
Yeah. So one thing that I
Robin, where you stopped?
He froze.
It's a very open question that he's asking.
Yes. No worries.
About the Zoom, Zoltan, I just wanted to add that the French Ministry for Higher Ed, they just published a report saying that it's not allowed anymore to use Zoom at universities. I just wanted to add that.
Robin, yeah, we have you back now.
Okay, sorry for that. My Zoom crashed. That's never happened before. Yeah. One thing that you saw during the pandemic was that that you saw international initiatives reaching borders, reaching over the border, and that's something that I've been thinking about. So it's sometimes quite hard to sell EdTech to educational institutions, but at the same time you see large, often American companies or universities who really use the technology to reach enormous scale. Like the big universities they want to reach a billion people. That was one of the, I think Harvard said that a few years ago, that was one of their goals. And the thing I'm wondering is, will we see more disruption in the educational sphere in the next years? Do you think that we will see international American organizations actually pushing out European universities, for example? Or
but I can go back first on this one. I really think we are just at the beginning of what machine learning and artificial intelligence will allows us to do to learn. So I really think it's the start. For example, we say that the global education market in 2025 will be around $500 billion, and now only 6% of this market is digitalized. So I really think it's just the start. And I think as the EdTech market is more and more trendy, we have the talents, the big engineers, the tech guys. They are not going anymore only in finance, medtech, fintech, and whatever you want, but they also are improving and innovating on the EdTech market. So I really think we're going to have great innovation coming in Europe thanks to machine learning. But I agree with you. The power of the States and China and India on these markets are pretty dangerous, if I can say, because they have such a demographic mass that when they launch a product, they can test it and validate it on thousands of students. And if you launch something in France, then you have to translate it in Polish, you have to translate it in Swedish, you have to translate it in German. And because of this, you lose time. But I think I'm pretty optimistic thanks to machine learning, but I also know that the challenge will be intense for our startups.
So before anybody else answers this question from Robin, I would like to say to those investors that are listening to us that now it's time to ditch Bitcoin and you should invest in EdTech. Okay, so David, Mateus, you can continue with.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Mateus.
Yeah, please, David, go ahead. And then
Oh, okay. Thank you. I've been kind of working in marketing analysis and stuff like that in previous years, and I've watched kind of technological innovations and sea changes before. And there tends to be obviously an initial bump of uptake while there's hype, part of the hype cycle. But there's also there's a drag, there's a sociological drag as well. Like, for instance, when people started buying clothes online, there was always a bit of resistance to that because it's not the ideal thing to buy online, but people would mostly buy it on a Friday afternoon, which is when people would traditionally go to the shops to buy an outfit for the weekend, right? There was no need for them to do that. They could have been buying clothes on their lunch break on a Monday or at 3 a.m, but they didn't shift, even though the capability was there. They didn't shift their behavior for a number of years after that. So in Scotland, for education, we have a lot of Chinese students come to the universities. Of course, they don't have those students right now because they can't travel here, right? Now, these Chinese students tended to historically come to Scotland because it had a prestigious education system and it was a good degree to have one from Scotland, right? But they're going to discover gradually that they can get as good or better educations elsewhere digitally, but that's going to take time. So there will be a change in behavior, but it takes the sociological change which has its own inertia. So I don't think it's going to happen quite as quickly as it could for that reason.
Okay, Mateus?
Yeah, what Robin mentioned about the disruption, I think that the potential disruption can be even higher. Mentioning also what David said, that the behaviors will change, and I believe that the education, especially at the university level and lifelong education, can be decentralized. I see that what the university degree meant to people a couple of years ago is not the same now, and people also tend to choose like shorter courses, and so I think it will be interesting, but I think that the disruption will be even bigger, and then we will see like there will be maybe university which are only online available, and then the degree what we remember from the time before the pandemic, and we still have now. It can be changed, and also we see the decrease of interest in American universities from the people from America, because they had to invest a lot of money. Then the students usually stay with student debt for a long time, and they tend to not have this investment anymore, like that big.
Okay, thank you. I think we don't have any time left. I have a lot of questions on my list. Nevertheless, let's just close this panel with some closing remarks from everyone. I can give you maybe 1.5 minutes per speaker. Let's start, of course, with Anne.
Yes, thank you very much. For me, it's very interesting to hear about what's happening in other countries. I will just say 2 more things. The first one is about the sovereign aspect of EdTech. I think each country needs strong national solutions in order to protect their students' data. So I think teachers should really drop the Zoom, drop the Google Meet, and use specific tools for education. And also, the second point is that we all have to keep improving the school system on the teacher side, on the student side, on the government side, and trying to be more open-minded in order to use this crisis as a first step for the next chapter of education in Europe. Because everything is changing, and I think it would be a shame if education would not change while everything else is accelerating. So I think it's a common responsibility, and that's why I'm happy to be here with you guys to discuss this.
Thank you, David.
I would agree with all of that, and actually I'm really keen on joining the EdTech Alliance because I wasn't as familiar with it, and it just sounds like a brilliant international initiative. It's something that I'd very much like to be a part of. I think that we need to identify and overcome barriers, and we need to know what those barriers can be. Some of these are sociological, some of them are psychological, some of them are linguistic, as was mentioned, and some of them are to do with connection and security, connectivity and the ability to send information to different places. There's new infrastructures for that, low Earth orbit satellites and so forth. And some of it's to do with the security and the protection of the students involved. I noticed that Dean Rakic has joined in the comments there. He has a really good solution leveraging blockchain for this kind of communication. We've also been looking at quantum key distribution, leveraging quantum theory but I think security, accessibility, and making sure that people can, whoever they are, wherever they are, can access this and people aren't left out. And there is the technology right now to facilitate that.
Thank you. Mateus.
So I think we are in the middle of a very interesting time when we see a lot of changes in education. And we really have to rethink it because before we went to schools for knowledge, but knowledge is accessible anytime. In 1 second you can browse anything you want. But I think we right now go to schools for skills, soft skills, hard skills, or even the skill how to find this knowledge. So definitely there is a need, and I just encourage everybody who is interested in EdTech and for some reason watched us today to think how you can change and what positive impact you can do, and start some EdTech venture.
Thank you, Mateus. Robin.
Yes, thank you. Final remarks. Yes, so perhaps I would like to add that I think as a school or a university or training company, we can safely say that technological change is going to happen for the next decades, or that's a continuous process. So it's much more about changing your attitude towards that. And I think it's wise to involve students in that process in a much earlier phase and make experimentation with students actually part of your own organizational learning process. I think that's I think a lot of organizations keep that really separated from each other. You know, we want to implement certain technologies, and we want to, and students are only part of the equation in the very end. And I think it's wise to sort of to involve students in a much earlier phase.
Thank you. I wish you guys have been in business when I was in school. It would have been much more cooler back then. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm giving a warm round of virtual applause for everyone in this panel. And Alex, you have the word.
Thank you. Really educative panel. Yeah, as Zoltan said, it's too bad that people who have your mindset haven't been around, and not necessarily haven't been around, but haven't been empowered to do something for some time ago. And hopefully this will change. Right now, we already stole 5 minutes from Rufus. I welcome him on the virtual stage. Rufus Lidman, the board member of AIAR EdTech. He will talk about the next gen mobility. Rufus, welcome, and please let us know what is the next gen mobility.
Wow, that's interesting, no pressure, interesting introduction. First, I'd like to thank the panel here. It's really, really interesting things. This is one of the most important questions that you're talking about. I like Alex says, one of my companies, an EdTech company in Singapore, where I'm at the board right now. And like Anne-Charlotte, I think like the question is how to accelerate this. Why is the biggest app in the world 40-50 million when there's a need for 4 or 5 billion subscribers? No, and we have 800 million people illiteracy. We have 260 million children without schools, etc. And we have the access to internet and making it with AI, making it personalization and blockchain, making secure certifications, etc. So fantastic, interesting panel. Thank you. What I'm going to talk about, the first, who am I? I'm Rufus Lidman. I'm a guy with I'm a digital innovator and serial entrepreneur, and with a background within PhD studies and data science, etc. I've done like six startups, 2-3 okay exits, and I've been digital strategies for nearly 100 companies all over the world. On 4 continents. So bringing that with me, that is my background, and I wrote 4 books and some of the biggest apps in the world within certain verticals. But that's my background. Where my heart is within 2 fields, and one of the fields are the things that you were talking about now, enabling people, and the other one is this low ambition of saving the planet, and especially the what we have in the climate crisis right now. And for the latter of these, the next generation of mobility is one of the most urgent ones, representing more than, like 21% of the CO2 footprint in the world. So I will share my screen with you right now. Can you see it, Alex?
Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, we can see it.
Now you can mute again. Sorry. But I'm going to talk shortly about the next gen mobility. These are not only going to be answers, there are going to be some questions also. I'm going to talk about how the next gen of mobility is being influenced by the global climate crisis, how it is being influenced by the digital disruption, and what will it result in for mobility, as we've seen it. And these things most of you know. We have like in the world, we have like about the climate crisis, and 1/5 that doesn't. But most people know that we're really getting into trouble, which has consequences. 25% of this trouble with the climate crisis comes from the carbon footprint. which has enormous consequences for the planet and also for the people. And you also probably know that we have 1.5 degrees is the level that the scientists agreed on. It is a disaster, but it will be a disaster that is manageable. But over that, it will not. So there's a mindset here that when the Stone Age stopped, it didn't stop it because we were out of stones. And here we cannot stop using fossil fuel because until we're out of fuel, because we have seven times more fossil fuel that the Mother Earth can handle, so to speak. So we need to stop this before the fossil fuel ends, so to speak. So this we understand today. A couple of years ago, there were a little girl called Greta and her friends, some million of her friends that were demonstrating and understood this, and some activists that understood this. Today, we are not so few. In the latest study, we have 2/3 of the population in the world that understand that this is a global emergency, and we have 97% of the global of the world's scientists that understands this, that we are the reason for this. So this has actually activated the politicians finally. They used to be last in line, and it's taken some time, but now they're fighting about giving these promises that they should be making half of the carbon footprint until 2030, or be fossil free until 2050. And you can debate that whether that is super positive, or if that is after the election time of the politicians that made the promise, etc. But still, it shows that we have an understanding and a direction that is much more optimistic than before. And then finally, we got the companies on board. So we have an immense lot of companies that is not only greenwashing just because they know the consumers want to hear that, but actually taking dramatic leapfrog steps to making something that is sustainable and attainable. So our question here is, how can the digital disruption help out in this process for companies, for consumers and politicians to actually make something that is viable for mobility, that is not only sustainable but actually attainable, that we can live with, so to speak. So gonna talk some short notes on this, and this is as this being the tech conference of Europe, and most of us being European, there were some others, but we have a perception here when you do your trend spotting here, that we're actually on our way to being to catching up with the rest of the world. That our companies brag that they have the electric leadership and they have the state-of-the-art e-drive technology, and where the winner of the EVs are doing the winner of the 2021 World Car of the Year. And we should become the leader in power charging, and we're doing huge batteries, battery factories finally. So that's our perception. The global perception points in another direction. Here, Tesla totally is the hero that is taking the lead when it comes to market shares, and also when it comes to innovations, and making the mobility not only about cars, but building underground loops and spaceships. And making this new gen of mobility, taking that to a totally other level. Thinking about the solar energy and the battery factories, that's going to be the fuel to all this. And thinking about an ecosystem, a totally new paradigm. And in the global perception, the Chinese companies are the ones that are perhaps catching up to some degree. That we have some extremely innovative Chinese car makers, and we have a political Jinping buying all the raw material that is needed for batteries. So even though we start catching up with the cars, perhaps we will not even have access to the battery needed to fuel them, so to speak. So what is the truth here? Is it true that the European were catching up? Because we're actually the only data that supports that is that we're buying EVs than anywhere in the world. We have like 75% in Norway, 30% in Sweden, and the average in Europe is 11% compared to 5% in China, and even less in America. So perhaps we should be happy and proud that we're catching up. But then there comes the definition of disruption. What is that? Is that a matter of catching up, or is that about thinking totally out of the box and think about what is around the corner, that the things that we don't see yet? And it is, of course, the latter. It's the classical thinking of Ford, who said that if I would ask my customers what they would need, they would say faster horses. And that would make him invent the T-Ford, etc. And nobody knew 2005 that they wanted a smartphone, because there were no smartphones. So what we need to, what we really need to do to be innovative and disruptive is thinking around the corner. What will be the next thing after EVs, etc. So what if we catch up as an industry in Europe, and we're so proud of that within a couple of years, and we have battery factories finally, and we have some charging stations with high HPCs in the gas stations, etc. And all of a sudden, Uber or Grab make a total knockout to private car ownership. It's not cool anymore to own a car in the new generation in the sharing economy, where we only have 5% usage of your car instead of 60% for car rentals and carpools, etc. What if the company like Chinese NIO, when they introduce the battery as a service, who don't think about making the time for charging the EVs lower and lower, going down from 25 minutes to 6-7 minutes for high power chargers? What if they just go in and change the batteries instead? What if that when we're catching up in Europe, and we're so happy finally we're making it. What if this is totally disruptive? And no, people don't want to own cars anymore. They want to share cars. No, people don't want to charge their cars anymore. They want to change batteries instead. So that is the way of disruption, and that is what we need to see ahead in order to be able to see what the next gen mobility is about. So then the key question here is this really true? Will this happen within this industry, or are we somehow it's a safe haven from disruption compared to all the others? Well, like someone of you said before in the panel of education, also being one of the last in line for disruption. Well, there will come a time for the real true disruption here also. No, we have a strong, when we're looking at what brings out the disruption, we're looking at the external factors and internal factors. And the external factor, the first of them is the society, and we talked about that already. We have 97% of the researchers showing the climate crisis, and we have the 2/3 of the population in the world actually understanding about the global emergency. So that is a strong factor for disruption. The competitors within the traditional industry, are they something that is driving the disruption? Well, doing the trend spotting properly, they're actually not that dangerous so far. There are some things that looks a little around the corner, but it doesn't look like it will come from the biggest threat will come from competitors here in Europe, at least. The tech startups, is that the driving force for disruption? Yes, definitely. Here we have the companies who don't have to, they are VC financed from venture capital. They don't have to have high margins and the profitability for a couple of years. They don't have any old business to cannibalize on, so they can do some crazy stuff that is really innovative in its real sense, etc. So here we have some of the most innovative forces in the world right now. And then you have side attacks. The tech startups, they're missing two things. They have a takeoff because they don't have customers, they don't have brands, so they have to work a lot for the brand and for the customers. But they but we have side attacks from established companies that have that are not within the has not been traditionally within the mobility area, that has the possibility to now go in when it's easy to make an HPC charger in McDonald's or in the grocery store. Why not? Why shouldn't we broaden our assortment and have a higher lifetime value per customer? So that's also a big threat to the earlier industry. Looking at the internal forces that can inhibit such a disruption. One of the things that is usually said is that we have all-time high record in profitability, or we have good margins, and we have a 100-year history, or 50-year history, or 150-year history, which some of our big mobility companies in Europe have. And is that a good defense? Well, it's usually not. It's nothing that saved the record companies from Spotify totally taking over the market. It's not something that saved General Motors or the other top 4 in the world who has a lower value together than Tesla has today. And it's not something that saved the yellow pages and the media agencies from Google when they're taking over the ad market, so to speak. So, and in fact, out of the 10 highest valued companies in the world, there's only one company that is from the earlier century. All other nine in the world are new companies, new in the sense of being born or having their biggest traction in the 2000s. And the only one actually that was from the earlier century was Aramco, and that's within this industry, but it's a rather peculiar case, so to speak. So that is not, I would not say that that's a factor that would help out in not being disrupted, not any of them. When it comes to customer relations, of course, customer is king. The one who owns the customer, like going in like Uber or Airbnb, it's not because they have the best cars, it's because they own the customer in the interface. But looking at what our companies in Europe have as their biggest fraction of a target group, they are rather old. Not in all cases, but in some cases they are very, very fortunate in bringing in the older generation, but not as cool when it comes to the newer generation. So, and every time you have a rejuvenation challenge, that's one of the strongest indicators of disruption. So the third internal factor is self-disruption. Of course, if we don't want to be disrupted, you disrupt yourself. That is, some companies have been able to do that. We have Netflix, that used to be a video renter, that is now the biggest in the world within its area. We have Twitter and some other examples. We have Nokia, that in the first round went from doing shoes to doing the biggest mobile phone, but then in the second round weren't able to answer when Steve Jobs knocked them out. So it's very, 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 very difficult to do that. So that's you really have to be strong in order to not being able to cannibalize on your existing business, and that's not what CEOs chosen for a couple of years is fond of doing usually. So we have like four factors talking for there will be a disruption in this world, and there's perhaps two factors that for when you think of as from a company perspective, that can actually be talking that it will not happen, and it's a ticking bomb because these two are also ticking and not very lenient. I would say it's a rather big rather huge probability that we will have a second disruption in this business. The first disruption Elon Musk already did. And then we have then it's a two-edged sword. First, that we have the problem of analysis, that we don't understand what's going to happen. But second, that we don't have the muscles or we don't mobilize as much as to get the action needed in order to work on this analysis. So looking forward, we're going to a jungle of disruption. And in the jungle, there are dangerous animals, and we need to go to the end of this jungle in order to get up on the mountain and taking a step that is viable for Europe as a continent, for actually being able to make the next gen of mobility something that is on our turf and not only on other turfs. And a short question. I see that we're not 100 people here. We're like 10 or 15. What animal would you be most afraid of if you go into this jungle and moving into a disruptive leverage? Anyone?
Actually, I would be afraid of jellyfish, but that's not over there. I think the rat.
The rat. You're afraid of the rats. I guess that's. I guess that's what I would choose if it wasn't a disruption. Yes. Anyone else? No one's afraid here. You're all brave men and women. Not afraid of anything, no?
It seems so.
Okay, good. Usually the answers used to be lions or the hippopotamus even, or spiders, but for me it's the ostrich. When we don't, and ostrich are good kickboxers, but it's not in that sense. It's ostrich when if you put our heads in the sand and don't see what is coming, that is what would be most dangerous for us. So that's more or less what as a takeoff when it comes to how the global climate crisis and how the digital disruption is influencing the next gen of mobility. So what is needed here is, of course, is to put our energy, our time, and our attention and affirmation to innovation, not only in how to survive, but actually in how to win tomorrow, not how to survive today, and understanding that this house is on fire. And I'm not only talking about the climate here, I'm actually talking about our industry or everybody, all employees that we have in the automotive industry and all the related mobility companies, etc. And the tool for that, for looking around the corner, is R4. So the first question we have is what will happen in this industry? What will happen in this world? What will happen for us as companies, as or consumers, when we have a fossil-free world, which is the ones that that people are focusing mostly on. No? What will happen with the cars, with the gas stations? What will happen with the HPC chargers? Who will take care of that, etc. So that's one tool. The second tool is what will happen when we are totally driven free, when we have cars that drive by themselves, and what will happen with the parking lots when I don't have to go to remember where I parked my car, or paying a lot for a parking lot that is near where I live. What will happen with the gas stations when it's driverless and we don't need to do a pause for filling it up, or having a pause for the driver? We are all passengers. Who likes pauses when we are in a train? Nobody likes that. So what will happen then? Will it be drones that comes and serves and charges our car while we're driving and fill it up with a cortado and some snacks for the passengers? It will definitely not be like it is today anyhow. And what will happen in the third aspect, when we are also owner free? When that we talked about before, when the sharing economy tells us in the new generation that owning something is not cool in a circular perspective, and but when we can share instead, that we can have carpools and etc. What will happen then? What will happen with the industry catching up finally with EV cars, and then nobody wants to own a car, we want to share our cars. And what will happen in the fourth dimension when we totally transport free? When we go on with our journey as a species going to not wanting to do transportation at all, being the remote species where we don't go out shopping anymore. We sit home and do e-commerce. When we don't go out and like you two were talking about right now, we don't go out to the school and do education. We do online learning instead. What will happen when we do when we like today, when we're not working in an office, we sit and work together at the remote work, etc. What will happen with the mobility industry then? What will happen with the car sales and we go somewhere to wash our car, etc. So we see a totally different perspective on mobility here. The few people that actually is still going to own the car, they will not want to transport themselves unnecessary. So why don't we go home and do the pizza boy will deliver the car wash while he's delivering the pizza, or a drone will do it, do charging your car while they're changing your tires, etc. So there will be totally different aspects of what will happen to the new gen of mobility, depending on these four questions, so to speak. And now, my friend, I'm not sure how long time I have. Do I have five more minutes, Alex?
I think 2.5 minutes would be the best.
2.5 minutes. So we just spin off with these. There will be. We look in the future. We have. We will look on the energy. Being it's not going to be coming from the Middle East anymore. It's going to come from wind and solar panels. And what will happen? This is one of the events when we're talking about blockchain. Of course, we're not only going to put our surplus energy in batteries, which is one of the biggest challenges in the world right now. We're going to sell the surplus in trading it on the blockchain secured trading place with full transparency and traction, etc. It will be distributed. All this energy will be distributed in HPC chargers, but it will not be in the gas station necessarily. It might be in your local grocery store, or even with a drone that comes home to you and fill it up when you're sleeping. What will happen with the services of your car? We have the service today. You have to go to the station and the mechanics, etc. Of course, there will be like today with Tesla with software will be updating itself on distance. But for the things that is offline, of course, we will have an AR detector of when to change the tire that we will do the screening of, or the windshield. Cleaning, etc. Of course, there will be an image recognition of your car, how filthy it is compared to with your neighbors, so you know when to wash your cars and can put it up as runkeeper on social media. And of course, you will not have to go to the gas station or somewhere to do this. Of course, there will be possibilities where we can go home and do this so you don't have to travel if you don't want to do that, and make your digital footprint really bad. But perhaps the most important thing of them all is that we don't know how good we are. I don't know how good I am. You don't know how good you are to Mother Earth. We don't know how our carbon footprint is doing daily. We know that, okay, we're doing a little bit better with EV cars than without EV cars. We do knowing that we're doing a little bit better to Mother Earth if we don't eat meat compared to vegetarian. But we don't know exactly how that traveling by plane, aeroplane once a year compared to that I'm eating some chicken today. How that affects how good I am when I look myself in the mirror to see if I'm a good guy or I'm a bad guy. So the really biggest invention here is the climate tracking. To see that we like you see when you're looking at the nutrition on your when you're buying food, the tags there that says how much protein it is and how much sugar it is. Exactly the same thing will happen when it comes to climate tracking, and you will see how big your carbon footprint will be if you buy this service or buy this product. So you will see in your app when you go to bed each night to see if am I a good guy? Yes, I am. Today I was rather good. And what did I do to make something good to Mother Earth? These and these things, and I will learn. And that will be, as you were thinking about EdTech before, that will be the biggest learning curve ever for making the carbon footprint diminishing. So all this will be of course managed in a journey planner with AI, that is where you are able to calibrate whether you will come to a destination with the lowest digital footprint or with a highest speed or lowest economy. And it will of course be like that for companies when they're managing their fleets, etc. So I think that's about 2.5 minutes, and I think we stop there. And I thank you very much for this opportunity, and I love it. I love to be here, and it's a fantastic venture to communicate with.
Well, thank you very much, Rufus, as well. Thank you for joining us and for your really insightful presentation. We are a little bit staying in the same area, so to say, in the automotive field, and I am inviting Dean to introduce his fellow panelists in the panel called Driving the Future. How is the automotive industry reshaped by AI, AR, and VR?
Hello together once again from the previous day, I suppose, and after the Rufus presentation, where we heard so many interesting things. Thank you, Rufus, for such a briefly information, especially the part about the blockchain. This is also my area, and I found also some interesting information that you shared to us. Yeah, I would like once again to welcome the new panelists on the tech conference about the automotive, and I can say also a little bit about the disruptive influence of new technologies inside in the automotive industry. We can see that in the last period, the automotive industry is really an integral part of global economy, and it's still booming. Although the car manufacturers have been quite open to adapting to the transformation that the industry is constantly experiencing, changes in the global technology and our environment that given a rise of need and rapid analysis from ideas and addressing directly to the automotive. The major car companies are quickly adopting extended reality, so to say. No matter if it is artificial intelligence, augmented reality, or any kind of virtual reality that's connected to this disruptive technology. And the panelists we have today are really experienced in this industry. I start preparing this panel with some questionnaire, but yes, the questionnaire will lead us to some news that the companies they are working, where the panelists are working, and their expertise should lead us to some news, because all the information that could be shared, we will find also forever. I will start with thank you for first. Just give us a few sentences about, as an introduction, what are you doing now? What is your focus using augmented reality, virtual reality, or extended reality that could be connected about the challenges inside of the nowadays automotive industry?
Right. Thanks for having me, and thanks for moderating this. We are working with the automotive industry quite since a while, and see how they change with new technology, and how the role of the driver is changing as well. As we are coming more from an entertainment perspective, of course, that was the angle how we came into that. So how to add on driving experiences with entertainment projects or entertainment products that end to in automatic driving, where you have a full theater, live concerts in your car and so on, and not even having the feeling of driving a car. And of course, that needs a lot of assisting systems and systems that helps the driver to take over at a certain point in both directions. So for us, it's more the thought of enhancing a driving experience on the one hand and assisting a driver, and on the other hand, how to take over driving while the passengers, probably not only a driver and the driver who's not a driver anymore, can be entertained but feel secure in this environment.
Yeah. Interesting question here. Should it be, is it possible that the new disruptive technologies based on the, especially for the augmented reality or extended reality, can be a part of instructions and guides that replace long and complex manuals that could be used in the next period?
Sure. I mean, the question is perhaps how does it really happen? We see studies, or we see first steps into the direction of, for example, having commercials that normally have been on the side of the roads, in billboards or something like this, to take them away and put them as an augmented commercial into the car. And then, of course, it starts with not having them like they have been on billboards, but more like personalized, for example. So then, of course, the idea starts of how do you make this as an add-on, but not interrupting the experience, or perhaps this taking your focus away from driving when you are still a driver. So having this as an add-on to something that has been there before in an analog way, but how to say, squeezes into the whole experience of driving a car, not only while commuting from work to home and back, but for example, on long distance travels as well. So it's more like how to add it on into the technology that is already existing and that is already put into the cars, and enhancing the world around the car, but not to how to say, invent completely new systems that perhaps lead to completely different ways of transportation. Then, like we still try to stick to the idea of a car and of how you commute with the car.
That's nice. That's fine. That's tremendous. Peter, your experience actually is connected mostly with the user experience and such a technology based on that. And the automotive industry has been such a kind of driver of human progress nowadays, and pretty intensive in that area. What you can give us as achievement that happens already from your experience and from your insight in the automotive industry that we can share with the audience?
Yeah, so thank you. As you mentioned, my background is in user experience, but about 6 years ago, I started to realize that we are reaching the limit where human-designed user experience is no longer enough, and in all verticals, but especially in automotive industry, where of course, you need to be very careful not to distract the user, not to create bad experiences, because compared to other experiences, this can have very disastrous effects. Even accidents can happen if the driver gets distracted. And this is why we started experimenting with using artificial intelligence to create better experiences for the users, not just for drivers, but any kind of users. And of course, this kind of converged to this year, when we are about to launch a new startup called EdTech, where we already have 16 employees and hiring quite fast. We hope to get over 50 employees in a year to create an AI-driven platform which will create better experiences for the users. And ultimately, that platform can be used for many purposes. But because I already have some experience with automotive industry from past careers, I think that's one of the prime goals, to make traffic safer, and until self-driving cars that to what we usually call the level 5 autonomy. Until that point, there is a lot to do in enhancing user experience while making sure that the attention is focused on the road as long as possible through AI, and of course other companies and other ventures are going into different directions, like from simple things to more complex, like augmented reality implementations, but things as simple as a heads-up display can also help here. But ultimately, I'm a big believer of test-driven, not just test-driven development, which is commonplace, but also real user testing-driven design, and the full cycle of enhancing experiences by involving real users and getting real data from them. So that's in a nutshell.
That's nice. Thank you. I suppose we lost our also panelist Henrik from the panel, but we will continue with another points. I will still with you, Sabo, because you mentioned something about self-driving car. What experience enhancement and location-based services from your perspective can about using driving dashboards and navigation, about entertainment systems inside of them? You also mentioned something about that. Is that pretty realistic also today to be used, or a little bit far from this point of time now?
I can say also from personal experience that all the technology was present not today but 3 years ago. I have seen self-driving cars working, obviously in a closed environment, but working, driving themselves, and everything technology-wise is there. And in the past 3 years, it improved tremendously. But not just the foundation, but a working proof of concept was finished 3 years ago to a level where it would have been possible to sell them in any country. But there are three big blockers in that area. So I think we are very, very close to that. Just some things needed to happen. And one thing, I don't really want to go very specific, but in this one, I kind of have to, in order for you to understand really. There is a technology which some companies really hate. I mean, in the past, Tesla used to say that you don't need LiDAR for self-driving cars. Even Elon Musk was against it, and he called it as a walking aid for not so tech-savvy companies. So those who are not familiar with the LiDAR is basically throwing laser beams and measuring the time it bounces back, it gets reflected back. So it's like scanning the environment in 3D and reconstructing that 3D environment as a tensor. And this is crucial for self-driving cars. And this technology, which reconstructs the whole environment in 3D, was available 3 years ago. There is a company called Velodyne, and Velodyne had this really amazing LiDAR solution. But the problem was that it costs about, it used to be from $70,000 to $80,000 per car. So it was crazy expensive. It's like twice as expensive as my car now. So most people wouldn't be able to afford an 80K extra on top of the retail price of the car. So that was out of the question. Now this year, Velodyne created a new product which is called the Valoray Age 80, but 800, sorry, Age 800. So the Valoray Age 800, not to advertise Velodyne, I don't have any affiliation with them, but this LiDAR solution is able to do that 3D LiDAR solution, and the cost, instead of $75,000, it shrink down to just $500 extra. And I would not being a market analyst, but I would say that most people would afford an extra costing maybe $500 to $1,000 if it enables them to create a self-driving car instead of a normal driven by you car. Yeah. So that's affordable
to be implemented. Of course, that's right. Thank you. I would like to hear from your side. Is there anything from your personal experience, like training and learning content and the virtual guides application that could lead us to the better performance of using or implementing inside of the automotive industry? Do you have some experience on that? When it comes, for instance, when it comes to the manufacturing or maintenance of vehicles, some augmented or extended reality can also comes in handy to make the training process more efficient, faster, and probably automated. Do you have, from using AR headset trainees or something else, from your experience, that could be some internal components of the machines or a vehicle?
Yeah, of course. Like in all these industries, there is training, maintenance training, for example, on specific parts for service employees, for example, but it already starts much earlier in the design process, for example, where augmented reality is used for designing cars, and then later in other applications for maintenance training and so on, where you do not need a specific car, or where you can train people remotely on how to maintain specific parts of the car that they are not used to, because they might not be maintained on a daily basis, or very special in a car that is new in line. Yeah. Sure. So that's something we see in a lot of industries as well. Like, for example, in most of the time in expensive industries, or industries where the maintenance has to be done remotely, like on platforms, oil platforms, for example, but as well in aviation industry, for example, like with the turbines and so on. But in the automotive industry, it's done as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Then that will be make the same assembly training and all of those parts about the engineering, a little bit like the assist technology to be brought to the usage area of the people. And what do you think? Also, from your perspective and from your personal experience, could that focus us or lead us to the next step of driver training? Because I think that the car manufacturers are keen to be much more convenient about the driver training, make it easier as a process, because the people has to be much more users of cars in the perspective in the future. What do you think? Is this a next step, and how that could be achieved?
Well, I'm to be honest, I'm not 100% sure if that's a goal and if that's something of interest, because my feeling is more that we are going more and more into the direction of making the driver obsolete and really going into the automatic driving thing. And who still wants to drive a car mostly is passionate enough to have some experience or to gain the experience. Of course, there are a lot of driving simulations. I mean, it starts with games, for example, where you can learn, but there's as well for making your driver's license. There are already tools, and there are tools in VR as well to train driving a car in a serious way, and not like in a racing game or stuff like that. But for getting people who already have a driver's license to get more trained, I don't know. I didn't hear about any tool like that. And I'm not sure if that's really a goal of the automotive industry right now. As on the one hand, of course, you don't want to have an issue like someone who trains in these systems and then has an accident and blames the system on not being properly trained on that situation on one hand, and on the other hand, as said, I think the automotive industry is more and more looking into the direction of automatic driving and implementing entertainment systems in the cars for the people in the car, like we see with companies like HoloRide, for example, that had a huge success during the last couple of months implementing virtual reality entertainment systems in these kind of transportation units, like let's call them still cars or taxis, then training people on how to drive in augmented reality. That's at least something I've never seen in that way, or where I have the feeling there's a focus.
Yeah, you mentioned an interesting point that comes me to certainly to one more question about this area, about using entertainment. What do you think? Will be entertainment a part of a new digital office inside of the self-driving car?
Well, yeah, I definitely think so. And it's really like as soon as a car drives on its own, people are looking for either something to work on and already start working and not when they arrive in the office, or get the entertainment that they are normally used from their living rooms, for example. So that's something I'm pretty sure about, that this will make huge steps in the next couple of months, and that this is already partially implemented in the cars. And we see already head-up displays that help you, that assist you while driving, like perhaps foreseeing obstacles in the way and stuff like this, or assisting you in braking properly on a highway when you are getting too close to the next car, for example. This is all technology related to augmented reality systems. But then when this is all already implemented and works properly, and you can really take off hands from your wheel, what at least in Germany is not allowed, even if the car is assisting you, you should still keep your hands on the wheel. But as soon as this is not needed anymore, I'm pretty sure that it'll not only be AR, but perhaps the screen, like the windshield, will get a screen, for example, and it's not connected to headsets or to devices that you have to put on top of that. So perhaps we have to think a little bit on how we see augmented reality right now and how it might look in a year. Sorry, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
No problem. The novel technology and innovation should take a part in the next steps, for sure. That's right. And the automotive industry, I know already from my personal experience, also from Germany, that is already inbuilt in some parts of the vehicles. And Sabo, I would like to touch your point about your experience from machine learning and data and analytics, maybe. Can you find and tell us, is there any connection about the real-time analytics, some display of results, for instance, like a showroom design based on analysis of consumer data that could be demonstrate the potential of new vehicles through extended reality metrics in the automotive industry, maybe on enterprise level, or depends on some personal experience that you have?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I think the introduction of AI into the sales process of the car manufacturing industry, that whole car purchasing journey started quite a while ago. And one of the most visible parts of course, there is a lot of prediction algorithms, which are maybe deep neural network based, maybe not, but they are some sort of prediction algorithms based on your preferences and users with similar preferences, trying to come up with the most matching car for your next purchase. But I think that the most visible evolutionary step recently was the introduction of smarter and smarter chatbots in that process. And also when it comes from the other direction, the visualization, the 3D rendering, that's unfortunately in production a bit hindered, because you can't assume that, especially because more and more people are moving towards browsing the net on a smartphone. You can't just assume that that smartphone would have capabilities enough or bandwidth needed to have really high detailed 3D renderings, but to counterbalance that, especially in the gaming industry, there is a trend, quite an old trend, to introduce real-world cars in games. But now, if you look at games which are being developed now, or even those who are about to be released, like I think 2 days ago it was confirmed that the Forza Horizon 5 will be available in early November this year, and on Xbox One, and that's, if you look at the trailer, it's nearly indistinguishable from reality. At some points in the trailer, if you pause it, you can't really tell the difference if it was rendered or if it's a photo from Mexico, because it takes place in Mexico. So I think we reached a point where we can create in real time, because of course that's a game, so it needs to run in real time at a very high FPS. So in quasi real time, we can create photorealistic, ray traced, very good looking renders of cars and the environment. The car, you have that sort of first experience with the cars, and I'm sure many of the people from the audience played some Need for Speed or some other game in their early years or in their youth, and probably that was the first time when a child, way before they get the driver's license, they experience different car brands, they get introduced, and they start to get attracted to some brand. And this first step in the user journey is really influential in creating the mental model. And if the brand can kind of lure the user to the whole journey, and maybe it takes 10 years, 20 years, but at some point that aspiration becomes a car purchase. At that point, it's also very important to be able to experience the car as it is. And also AI helps a lot in creating those graphics. It's no longer just the 3D artist. Of course, their work is very important, but also there was quite a few studies, and now it's put into practice where you can use AI to render at a much higher resolution, like NVIDIA's DLSS and other solutions, which enable you to view images in much higher resolution than your hardware would be capable of doing. And ultimately, it will be possible to create the whole game without any texture, any environment artwork, just from pre-learned artificial intelligence works. And actually, there was a case study with a render, which is probably, you know, they took Grand Theft Auto 5 and they created a realistic, very realistic looking scene based on photos from German cities. So we are there in all aspects. Just from proof of concept to production, there is usually a long road which needs to clear many obstacles, but we are already there.
That's right. Through your explanation and delivering such a good part of information as now, you touch a point from the social side and social life, that the people should be connected. What do you think is there how much the impact of the extended reality in the social life will be in the next few years from your perspective?
I believe that it will have a totally transformational aspect on the whole human society, and I'm certainly not alone in this view. But it's I believe that the advancements in AI will transform the whole world as we know it, and it will have a similar impact to the industrialization, when people from the agrarian society moved into the cities, started working into the factories. The cities expanded 10 or 100 folds in size, and also humans started having magnitudes more connections, because previously you had a small farm, you lived in a small village, you had your family and friends, but you had connections with only a handful of people. Now, when the Industrial Revolution came, your network of people who are connected to you in one way or another expanded to hundreds. Now, with social media, it already started expanding into thousands. But I believe that in 10 years, it might expand into probably tens of thousands people who are connected to you. So you, as a node in a graph of interconnected people, you will have an expansion of social connections, and this will be enabled by really smart machine learning algorithms who will lift the burden of the mental overload, which is obviously humans were not evolved to be able to handle such a mental overload. I mean, most people can't really remember the face name connection for more than 100 people. That's normal, because that's right. How humanity evolved. But now, with the help of machine learning, you no longer need to know who the face is, who the name is. But for some reason you need a specific person, you can get connected directly to that person without consciously realizing the name or the age or the gender or anything which is not strictly related to that connection.
That's right. That's right. That leads us to new era of identity and improving our perspective in such a anonymous role, maybe also. And I saw the Senke, you already had some you're a producer, and I would like also to hear from your side, because I saw already what you did with your team in this area in the production. But I would like to know, by scratching and ideas from your perspective, which component of social impact you had or you performed by scratching ideas from beginning in the extended reality?
Right. I mean, the last 12 months, I would say, have been very interesting in that regards, because as people could not meet in a normal way, they couldn't go to festivals, to conferences, they couldn't network in the usual way. Of course, everybody had to think about how to stay connected, how to socialize, and so on. For us, we developed the platform already a little bit earlier, but didn't really know where to go with that, and it had a huge impact, for example, for film festivals and conferences during last year, where the festivals didn't really just want to stream films in a 2D platform and so on, but want to keep that element of socializing, of meeting somewhere, of running into someone you didn't expect, for example, by accident, in a way of avatars. But as not everybody has a VR headset at home, or you don't want to attend a festival for 12 hours in a VR headset, we had to create as well different kind of builds for Windows and Mac and so on, so like non-VR builds as well. But we recognized that people appreciated a lot that they have this this by accident thing, or meeting someone on the bar in the evening, and not only by scheduled meetings and so on. And this, I think, is something that will stay a little bit, even if we probably move back to more meetings in person. People are definitely, at least in Germany, or at least in our network, got much more used to Zoom calls and doing something efficiently in a digital way. I wouldn't wonder if we do not talk about commuting in groups in a car, what we have had in the last years, how to not drive to work alone in a car, but do it together to be more efficient and ecological. Perhaps it might lead to having business meetings already with a virtual, with a hologram, for example, next to you. Like commuting in a car, you don't have to look for the traffic because it's more or less automatic. And you can have your first calls already in the car with a hologram, with your partner sitting next to you in a car. And that's stuff that can be done. I mean, it's still a little bit ahead. It's still research and development, but we can do volumetric capture, for example, and you can act through AI specific mimics, for example, which is very important for a conversation, to not have like comic avatars where you don't see the mimics in the face, but have a more or less volumetric captured avatar that mimics the way that the person is mimicking in reality as well. For that, probably you wouldn't need the legs, for example. So if you see someone sitting on the seat next to you, the face, the hands, while someone is making gestures and so on, that's the important parts for that. And that could be easily displayed in a car by different kinds of technology. It could be done by projection, but it could be done with AR glasses getting smaller and smaller as well. So this could be a way for cities where you are obviously stuck in traffic jam for an hour each day while commuting, having already a serious meeting like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that opens also one extended questions for the both of you. You can follow up and what about security during this technology approach? And for instance, like a hologramming someone behind of you and sitting near you in the other seat. What is your perspective or your approach about what kind of security? Is there any issue about the security inside of that?
You mean like technical security for the car driving aspect, or more for the data security, identity, and so on?
We can touch both for just a few words, because the security issue is always connected somewhere in the between, bridging the technology and then the usage from the user perspective. What do you think? What should be the core of security issue, if there is any?
Well,
is there any?
It's very much connected to the issues that are discussed from all directions right now, that of course the car really has to take over in that moment, because you're really not focusing on the traffic anymore, and you're on purpose not focusing on traffic anymore. It's not that you're not looking on the road for a second or something. You start a discussion, a call or a conversation with someone that you are streaming into your car. So you're doing this because you want to have an interaction with someone. So you wouldn't look straight to the street in that moment anymore. So of course that has to be discussed, and of course all the data security things are connected to that as well. Can you make sure that the hologram is really the person you want to speak to? But perhaps that's a topic that is not in the framework of this panel right now. So I don't know, Peter has something to add.
Yeah, so I also believe that this is partially legislative issue. I believe, and not just me, but it's also in discussion that the GDPR in Europe needs to be extended and kind of needs to be updated, because the technology is changing very rapidly. And when the current version of GDPR was was drafted, the technology was way behind to what we have currently now. So this is why GDPR is no longer serving its intended purpose, other than annoying the users with some cookie pop-ups. But that was not the spirit of it. So but I'm a firm believer that the personal details of people need to be protected as much as possible. And also another idea which is important in GDPR, that the data needs to stay within the European Union, because we know from, unfortunately, from bad experience that some regimes can really exploit AI, and especially its capability of recognizing people's faces, even to a level where we know that there are weapon systems which are developed especially to assassinate a certain target person. And of course, if there will be some sort of hologram or 3D rendering of the person, that could very easily be used if you have a 3D mesh from the person's not just face, but probably whole body. It can be used to very accurately in an extreme case assassinate that person, or in less severe cases, but still highly unethical, to create some sort of hindrances, maybe not allow that person to board an airplane or whatever. So I believe that a person should have the right to their 3D representation. And in case of movie actors, for instance, there is already causing some questionable concerns. I mean, it's quite logical that if you can very accurately reproduce a person's liking in 3D, then what is to stop you from impersonating it? And I'm not just talking about deep fakes, but it goes way beyond that, and you can create totally imaginary scenes where the person speaks on their own voice, some words which they would never do, and so forth. So the possibilities are endless, and at some point, which we are again very near, it will become indistinguishable from reality, and then we will not be able to know when this is an artificially created video, or even a VR chat or whatever, or this is indeed has been recorded from reality. And at some point we will reach a phase when it will, similarly to nowadays with a photo, now it's impossible to tell. There are quite a few tests which you can try online, and there were quite a few years ago that you can't distinguish which is a 3D rendering and which is a photo. And the same will happen with even long videos of people giving statements and whatever. So this is a high security issue which needs to be handled one way or another. And this needs a legislation change for sure, because otherwise it will not be possible to defend humanity against the manipulation of a small but technically talented group of any kind, really.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was interrupted by a technical issue from my side of the internet, and therefore I'm just with a voice at the end presented. I suppose Alex will inform us at the moment that we are approaching end line of our time today for this discussion, for this panel.
Okay.
And hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me still?
It's loud and clear.
Okay. Sorry for that. I suppose that we can have just a few minutes more if it is possible, because I wanted to touch for both of you just one more topic that is in all areas nowadays presented and hot. This technology could let us pretty disrupt and.
I think we lost you again. Sorry. Can you repeat the last few sentences, because your connection just dropped for a minute.
It seemed that Dean was trying to ask a last question for you guys.
Perhaps he went into a tunnel.
Yeah, but yeah, he went off. As I had no idea what he had in mind for you, we'll have to wrap it up. We're over time already, but I do want to thank you guys for taking part in our event and having discussed this very. It's an intriguing subject, the AI and AR in the automotive industry, and I do want to thank you one more time for taking part in our event. And right now, I'm going to invite Pradeep, the CEO of Solve.Care, to kickstart his presentation. Hello.
Hello, and good afternoon.
Well, welcome, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Alex, and everyone who just finished presenting. It was very informative and useful, so I enjoyed hearing you all discuss it. And while healthcare is not automotive, there are a lot of similarities that I found in what you were discussing. So thank you for a great session. So let me introduce a bit about who we are and why I'm here, because I think that a lot of what is being discussed today in this conference and yesterday is really fundamental to our future as individuals and as humanity. And I do think that the last statement that was made, I believe Peter made it, that we want to be in a position where few highly talented individuals do not have undue leverage on our ability to be successful and safe in life. I come from the healthcare industry. We all, of course, are somehow or the other connected to healthcare. We are born into it, and typically our last days are in the arms of healthcare. But I've had deeper exposure to healthcare than most people, and that may be a good or a bad thing, but it is what's defined my life and my mission. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working in various government administrations going back to, in the US, going back to President Bush and Obama, and helping implement some really large-scale healthcare solutions that are still in use and affect millions of people every day, and I think in a positive way. I've built a few healthcare IT companies along the way, primarily focused on benefit administration, payment administration, care coordination, disease management, and things like this, provider network management, all the boring plumbing of healthcare that no one sees but keeps healthcare running. And along the ways, I saw a lot of things that troubled me. And then as a human being, we all encounter health issues and calamities in our life, and I have had my share. My father passed away from diabetes complications when I was very young. I lost a cousin to suicide. I have many medical practitioners in my family who practice medicine and complain about their inability to take care of patients properly. And of course, we all are, in one way, shape, or form, users of healthcare, including my kids, who one of them requires a lot of healthcare. So healthcare has been in and out of, I've been very much involved in this space. 4.5 years ago, I started Solve.Care, because having been an insurance executive, I realized that a lot of what we do is not really benefiting the patient and is not facilitating care in any way. And instead of just repeating myself for the next 25 years, having spent the last 25 years in helping improve healthcare and finding some fundamental issues, I decided that it's time to leverage a new approach. Blockchain wasn't on my mind, to be honest, back then, but it became a key strategy for us as we moved forward, as we realized some unique capabilities and properties of it. So today I'm going to share with you what Solve.Care has done to really what we believe democratize healthcare and how to bring access, affordability, and better quality of care to people around the world. And it's on the framework of the Solve.Care platform. So for those of you who don't spend their day in healthcare, I want to actually step back and say consumers. As a consumer, we are all used to having other people hold our data, be it credit card companies, be it insurance companies, be it hospitals, be it retailers or public service organizations like the healthcare agencies of every country. But if you look at, is our trust in them protecting our data well-founded? I think it's only a small sampling of how many ways critical information about us, our families, our healthcare, our finances is easily and frequently stolen. Recently, the Irish Health Service had 4.9 million of its patient information hacked, which caused the entire health service to shut down. And the rest of them you are probably familiar with, but what's really interesting is that there is a certain frequency and predictability to this data being aggregated and then being leveraged for the wrong reasons by someone with authority or without authority. So even when we share data with people who have the authority to use it, it's not always clear that they use this data to our best interest. And why is data so valuable? Because data gives them control over decisions, and those decisions lead to profitable outcomes for the data owner. The problem is typically the data user is not the data owner, right? Particularly in healthcare. So healthcare is a really funny picture where as a patient, my information is with an insurance company or with a government agency or with my employer who sponsors my benefits or with my doctor or with the hospital or with third-party institutions that have at some point in time provided me healthcare, but I have zero visibility into who is holding what information about me and how they're using it. And this data then is used to determine who I can see for care, what treatment I can get, how much I should pay, how much somebody else should pay. And interestingly, neither HIPAA, which is the equivalent of GDPR in healthcare in the United States, High Trust, which is another act, or High Tech, and GDPR itself, they really do nothing to give me actual visibility or control over use of data. And frankly, the right to be forgotten does absolutely nothing. If I am an insurance policy holder with an insurance company, my right to be forgotten does not extend to the insurance company deleting my records because I was a customer and they will never delete that record because they need that for their own legal and compliance reasons. So right to forgotten has almost no purpose or value in healthcare, which means that once you give the data to any of these entities and they require this data to be collected before they'll provide you necessary healthcare services, you basically as a consumer have zero control. Neither the US law nor the GDPR nor any other government on the planet has yet empowered the patient in terms of control over their data. And that is a big problem. It may seem like an esoteric problem. It may be an okay trade-off in the minds of the patient, me included, when we need healthcare, to have to trade control over our data and privacy and identity for getting care. Well, when your kid is sick, the last thing you're going to negotiate is whether you have to sign the HIPAA form or not. When the doctor says you want your kid to come to the hospital in the middle of the night, you have to give me HIPAA consent. You're going to sign 55 consents and not one because you want your kid to be taken care of. So unfortunately, all these laws and rules are very easily overcome in the interest of the institution, because if the choice is between getting care and not getting care, you're always going to go for getting care, even if you had to trade your privacy and your autonomy and your sovereignty. But it has huge implications in terms of cost. I'll show you a startling number here for those of you who don't know healthcare very closely. The world spends over $8,000 billion here in healthcare. About half of that gets spent in the US. But if you just take the US numbers and break them down, and I know that US is an anomaly, but it's not really that much of an anomaly. Out of $3,800 billion we spend on healthcare, we actually spend $1,300 billion of it in not delivering healthcare, but managing data, interoperability, and payments. So essentially, for every dollar we spend in healthcare, we also spend about 40 cents in managing data sharing, consents, privacy. And funnily, despite spending this 1,300 billion a year on data and privacy, sovereignty, and coordination, neither is healthcare well coordinated, nor is it private, nor do I have control over my information, and neither is there any single view of me anywhere that is helpful from a care perspective. So what are we really achieving? Nothing. What we are achieving is extremely episodic, expensive care. And the funny part is this problem isn't limited to just US, it's worldwide. And this is the problem that I think requires a rethink. Now, there are many, many, many versions of this picture. There are, if you do a Google search, consumer-centric healthcare, which is kind of the model in every country, in every government health policy, this will picture or a vision of this will show up. But it doesn't exist. There is not one country on the planet that has actually made the consumer the data hub, the owner of data, not one. They all talk about consumer-centric care with the assumption that this model somehow, which is consumer-excluded care, will convert itself into this by writing another policy paper, another big mission statement on the wall, and another speech by the health minister. Doesn't go anywhere. Why? Because we don't see the consumer as the actual owner of their data. We see the consumer as a recipient of care, but I have their data, you have their data, but Alex himself has no data that he actually can use to determine any healthcare decisions. And this is a problem that fundamentally defines the excessive cost and the general disenfranchisement of people from their healthcare delivery. Even in highly quality care countries where healthcare is accessible and easily available, and people are generally happy with their healthcare access, they still have zero control, and they still have to trade their identity and their privacy and their ability to determine how their data will be used for getting care. So for the most part, if care is good quality, people live with that compromise, but that compromise drives a lot of inequity in healthcare. And if you look at what the pandemic has done, pandemic has proven my point, the point that I've been making for the last 4 years, that highly centralized healthcare systems will buckle under a demand-supply inequity. Whether it's socioeconomic inequity or it's pandemic-driven inequity, you will not be able to deliver decentralized healthcare in a centralized care model, and you will never, ever empower the patient unless we treat the patient as a source of truth rather than a bystander and a accidental participant. To achieve this is very hard, okay? And many people will argue it's impossible. And the reason they'll argue it's impossible is because there are 3 fundamental issues here. Who owns the data, who gets to use the data, and who pays for or monetizes this data? Those are fundamental issues. And today, around the world, in every industry, not just healthcare, custody of data equals ownership of data. And let's use any of the social media companies. They have information about our behavior and our ethics and our habits and our friends and our location. They actually don't own that data. The data belongs to you, but they have collected it. They have custody of it. Therefore, they use it. And there's very little we can or actually are able to do about it. So custody equals ownership, and that's not the way healthcare can or should operate. Custody should not equal ownership. Custody should only be custody. Use of data, regardless of who has custody of my data, should be still in my control. And that is a premise on which we have built a platform and an application framework using blockchain and tokenization that tries to change this model, that inverts this control mechanism. So our vision and our strategy is to build a care wallet that is fully autonomous and sovereign, decentralized, encapsulated, containerized object, which is fully in the control of the patient. There is no central database or repository of the data that the patient has in their control, 100% owned by, but shareable and published by the patient or the consumer. And they have the ability to consent for this data to be used by a subscriber and or the ability to revoke that consent should they wish the subscriber to stop connecting to and receiving data from them. And to change the model where custody does not equal ownership. Ownership is ownership. I give you custody, but I also have, by virtue of my ownership, revoke the custody of your data. That is our vision. And it is done with these 4 key components: a care vault where I store my data, care cards to which I share my data, linked to an event, care ledger where I have an immutable log of everything that was done, so I can prove or disprove any assumptions about what happened, and care circle where I can create a highly personalized social and or clinical sharing group where I can safely exchange the data. Could be my friends, could be my doctor, could be my employer, could be my insurance company, my government agency, or none of the above, or all of the above. So that's the model. And in doing so, we have built this product called Care Wallet that I want you to take a quick look at. And let me see if you can hear the sound.
There's no sound right now.
There's no sound. I had to figure out how to audio setting. Okay, well, I'll let it run without a sound because I'm not exactly sure how to make sound work in this particular version of Zoom. I can hear the sound, but I think you cannot.
I think I don't know exactly where that is, where you have to share the sound.
That's fine. I'll move forward, not to spend too much time on the video. The idea of the Care Wallet, as you saw, if you were able to follow along, was to have a Care Wallet holder be able to essentially control who subscribes to and what services they subscribe to. So it's essentially a publish-subscribe model where I can, using my Care Wallet, join a variety of digital health networks on the Solve.Care platform. These networks can be launched by my insurer, by my employer, by my community, by my church, by my government agency, by my pharmaceutical company or pharmacy network. But I choose what network I want to join, and I can join as many networks as I want. When I join the network, then the network subscribes to my wallet and essentially has access to data from in my wallet through care cards that I choose to share with my care network and vice versa. So the objective here is that I am the sole arbitrator and interoperability hub for my data. I have control over what data is shared with what network. And of course, if I choose not to share data with the network probably cannot give me the services I want from them, because certain information would be needed for a network to compute my diabetic risk, for example. But if I wish to leave the network, I take the data with me and the network retains no ability or memory of my identity or my care wallet. So we have found this balance between appropriate level of information sharing while maintaining absolute control over patient's identity and sovereignty. And we also further made each network auditable by requiring that the network be network protocol, as we call it. The rules of the network are on the blockchain, which means that before I join a network, I can review and study the network protocol and decide if this is something that's valid. And of course, if I'm not a technical person, or you're not expected to be, the protocol is meant to be verified and audited by third parties who can write their opinion and assessment of the network protocol. Could be a doctor, could be a pharmacist, could be a benefits broker, could be an independent government auditor who can say this network is compliant with the best practices of cancer care or diabetes care or suicide prevention model, and so on and so forth. And we have built a number of networks in using that model. So moving forward, what we're really trying to do is to take a platform approach to building digital decentralized health networks that can be easily configured, that are secure foundationally, where the network design does not violate the security, where they are trusted because all networks run on the same model of care protocol, and they're actually usable from a single app regardless of the network's specific logic and services. So we basically bridged the gap between a pure blockchain and a full application platform, which is needed to manage business logic and data and security and consents, auditability, and a cost-effective infrastructure to run it on. But to do so in a manner that no one controls the network singularly, not Solve.Care, not the network publisher, not the network participant, which means that there is no one with the root access to the server. There is no one with the database access to master login or password. There's no one who can scan my care wallet using any technology and figure out what data is in my wallet unless and until I share it with a card. So the vision is to build an event-based platform on which identity, consents, transactions, payments, and data interoperability are linked to tokenized events. So tokenized events can be used to exchange the relevant amount of identity, relevant amount of consent around a specific card, to transact and exchange cards with each other, to exchange value using digital assets, and to allow for interoperability of data between networks, and to track all that using token as the underlying mechanism. So using this model, we have built a variety of care networks, but this is how the care network looks from a bird's eye view perspective. A care network essentially is a blockchain that has a published care protocol, which a certain sponsor published that protocol along with the network, and participants join it using the care wallet. Those participant roles are defined in the protocol, could be patient, doctor, specialist, hospital, pharmacy, transportation, ambulance driver, a home care nurse, physical therapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, whatever. Healthcare is always a team sport, right? Healthcare is never a solo sport. And you can also create care circles with people you trust to engage them in your care management. And this network, given its access to the care wallet, can then publish and consume care cards from your wallet. It reacts to events and publishes events that you have subscribed to or you have published. And it allows interoperability between participants using care tags, which is essentially a tagged event-based interoperability mechanism. So the idea is then that one care wallet in the hands of a patient will stay with them for the rest of their life. Why? Because I may be young and healthy at one point in life and I want to join a gym network or a sleep and fitness network, but then as I get older, I had developed certain pre-chronic conditions. I want to join a hospital network that deals with those conditions. And as I get benefits from employers or from government agencies, I can participate in or leave those networks as my life events and my life needs change. But all the data from all these networks gets aggregated in my wallet. And my wallet is always with me, and it is immutable, and it is it's encrypted, and only I have the keys. So no network has a complete picture of my information other than the information I shared or the network published. So given that, this is the kind of networks we have built on the Care Wallet. This is a diabetes management network that we launched in partnership with Boehringer Ingelheim, where a patient and a care coordinator can safely exchange risk factors and work with each other to ensure that the patient who has chronic diabetic condition is able to manage their diabetes by sharing the appropriate information, and the care coordinator can work with the patient and with the physician as necessary to achieve a more timely and accurate behavior. And all this interaction that's happening in cards being exchanged with each other is a private peer-to-peer communication where we are only exchanging information from each card to the other side that either side is explicitly consenting to be shared. And when I disconnect from this network, the only thing the network will remember is the interaction, nothing else about me, which allows me to essentially deal with very sensitive issues like healthcare, where privacy is even more important than normal healthcare conditions, be it scenarios like alcohol addiction or drug abuse or victims of assault or domestic abuse or childhood diseases or debilitating scenarios where you have stigma attached to those conditions, even things like vaccination and pandemics. So these are all achievable by simply modifying the network design, and the same care wallet will alter its behavior to connect with the network. Will connect to the network and will alter the behavior by downloading the right care cards and allowing those cards to be exchangeable and interoperable. Now, why did we build all this? When I was a Blue Cross CIO, and before that, I was working in public sector programs like trying to implement Obamacare, I oversaw billions and billions invested in IT. I mean, literally was part of projects that whose cost tag ran into 9 figures. And yet we never ever achieved actual outcome that we were looking for, both in terms of adoption by the patients, by the doctors, both in terms of cost containment and care quality improvement and access improvement. All the 5 principles of healthcare: improve quality of care, reduce barriers to access, make healthcare more affordable, have more transparency on what should have done versus what did get done, and pay for performance, not for episodes. These are the 5 principles that are universal around the world. Everybody recognizes they need to be done. Nobody's figured out how to do it. And that's essentially where we are positioning ourselves. So our vision right now is to invite developers and partners and integrators who are interested in launching new digital health networks, be it an insurance organization, be it a government agency, be it an independent group of innovators who want to create their own digital solution for a specific population: diabetes, cancer, pediatric care, mental health, pharmacy care, home care, suicide prevention, or dealing with premature births. Whatever the scenario is, whatever the population need is, the idea is to enable them with this platform to build and launch a network in their community that will serve their stakeholders the best. And our vision is that physicians can launch their own networks, because physicians know best what the patient needs are. So can insurance companies, so can government agencies, so can people who want to build decentralized finance solutions for healthcare. And certainly we are very keen to work with AI and VR developers to make healthcare more virtually accessible, because virtualization of healthcare is clearly upon us. There is no doubt that we are not going back to the model of in-person clinical care as the sole method of delivery. It's clear that digital health and virtual health is coming and coming very fast, and pandemic has accelerated that journey. And many of you who are working with AI VR we would be very interested in speaking with all of you. Little summary about Solve.Care: we operate in 14 countries. We are open 24/7, and my team is about 120 people. And our vision is to bring a blockchain-based platform and on top of it, the right care network to every part of the planet. And we are currently seeing interest really across the spectrum, from US to Australia. And we are excited to be able to present to you all today, because I know many of you are really great innovators who are listening or participating in this conference. And our hope is that we might stimulate some thought and some brilliant ideas that may yet change the world for the better, particularly when it comes to healthcare. This is my team. This is who we are. It's a very experienced team. I've assembled them painstakingly, step by step, so that we are dealing with a very a strong advisory board and leadership team that can truly make this platform global. With that said, I welcome any questions. Thanks very much for listening, everyone.
I don't really see any questions around, only some congratulations message. Just before, first of all, thank you very much. I did find out about some really interesting products and some really interesting perspectives on healthcare. This would be all for the day. I want to thank everybody for joining our event. It was a roller coaster these 2 days. We had 18 panels with lots of speakers, lots of people. And just before we end this, I do want to let you know that I will send over an email, and I am inviting all of you guys to take part in the official after drinks party in VR offered by Conrad and his team. You will receive all the instructions there. I want to thank you all again, and see you in the autumn edition. We're preparing some awesome topics there as well. It's going to be another 2-day event, part of the Hipster Festival. Thank you all, and it's a wrap. Bye-bye.
Thank you.